Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is good to see all of you this morning, or at least see your names. We don't quite have the technology yet for me to see all of you. I imagine soon that'll be available. But that'd be crazy. Oh man, I'd get so nervous, I think, if I could actually see everybody's faces when I was talking. All right, let's see. We're just getting started today. We've got some cool things happening today. First of all, I think we're done with the P trial. I think we're done. It's so bad. It goes so slowly, and then it goes so wrong, and then back and forth between the two. So I think we might go elsewhere. Let's see. Why is my chat not updating? Live chat. Oh, there we go. Whoa. All right, there you are. I think we have, by my count, it was Golden Mom who was first in the room with a hey, Golden Mom. Guess what? Surprise. It's not your birthday, I don't think, but we have a present for you anyway. We're gifting you the internet, regifting as we always do. We've given it away several times before, and it has never stuck. But today we're going to give you the internet for being first in chat. Thank you so much for being here and for being prompt, early, I might add. Good to have you here. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up. The chat has been going nuts, apparently. We've got a lot of people here already. So if I've missed some people, you might have to comment again, because the first person I see, I'd pre-selected Golden Mom, but then the top chat shows us Laura saying good morning, which is great. That's awesome. Let me just get this ready here. Oh, that's not the one. Okay, too many buttons. Here we go. Good morning, Matthew Harris. Good to have you here. Toxic North American Girl gives a thumbs up. Weather Watch is here as well. Weather Watch, what are we in store for today? Oh my goodness, is it crazy or what? Let me just see. Let me move that over here. That's not working right. Okay, we'll think about that. Are we going back to that trial? I sure hope not. I don't think we are. A little bit. I think I'm done with that. It's too stressful on me to try to edit out the things I don't want to have, and there's just not enough good content that we want to talk about to follow. So I think we're going to jump over to the triple murder. I'm going to call it the Boy Scout murder. I know nobody else is calling it that. They're calling it like the triple homicide. I forget what, but he's an Eagle Scout who apparently is, well, according to the state, killed 3 of his family members and then shot himself in the foot before calling 911. According to defense, there was an intruder that broke in and killed the family members and shot him in his foot. Left the gun, left the door open, and then he called 911. Interesting facts in this case. I'm not going to prejudge it. I will say that there's a lot of ring video that will be discussed and is being discussed, because we're jumping in. I think this is day 4 of this trial. We're jumping in the middle of it. So we're going to have to do a lot of catch up. Some of you have been following this as well, so we're going to need your input on that. But I think that'll be a much more interesting case. It's moving very quick. It's moving fast. No more snooze fests like we got from Jensen. Let's see. Morning, CG. Might be able to pop in periodically while getting ready for a probate court this afternoon. Good luck with that. I heard you were on Court TV last night, Matthew Harris. I heard that as well. Spill the beans. What happened? I did not get to see it. I just heard that you were on. Good morning, Kathy. Good to have you here. Golden Girl, if I didn't call you out, thank you very much. Ritz is here. Denise, Shells, MM Jones, Laura, Kay Hodgson, the Creative Bee. Good morning, peeps. She beat tag to it. KQD, good to have you here. Contest of the day. Where did they read the following sign? We don't swim near toilet. Please don't pee in our pool. I think my neighbors had one of those signs when I was a kid growing up. No, theirs was different. Theirs said, welcome to our ool. Notice there's no pee in it. Please keep it that way. I think that's what their sign said. Shells, Kathy, Victoria S., Laura, Share Bear, good morning. Happy hump day. Hump day! So excited to make it halfway through the week. We're halfway there. Marissa, good morning to you. Abby, hello from the UK. Good to have you here joining us. Let's see. We've got people taking the reserved seating. That's awesome. Just file right up to the front. Izzy, Victoria, Rhonda, good morning to you. Trying to make sure I don't miss Matthew's response about why he's now famous. Heidi, good morning. Linda Hill. Max says, hope I'm here. You are. I see you. We'll count it. Not a Drama Llama is here. Sharon McDonald. Linda Hill, Izzy, Well Mama. Hello from Utah. Or hello to Utah, Well Mama. Fractured. How did the internet go last night? It seemed to work great this morning, so I think whatever you did was working. So great job yesterday owning the internet. Terry is here. Good morning, all. Oh, and it just skipped everybody else. Let's see. I saw some weather reports in there somewhere, and it looked cold. Good morning from Ohio. It looks like I missed a lot of interesting things from the antifreeze trail yesterday. Holy smokes, that was a hot mess. Maria, it's so much that I don't think I can keep following that. We might summarize things after the fact, but it's just too stressful on me to try to edit out the bits that will get me banned from YouTube if they're shown. And you know, getting my my channel flagged as for an age warning and things like that, it's just not worth it. A little bit says, yay, yeah, we got a different trial. Jimmy King, morning. Rainbow Light, good morning / afternoon, depending on where you are. Natalie says, who knew? Who knew? Elizabeth, Norma, DMB, good to see you, DMB. Gordon Blackett, happy Wednesday to you, Gordon. I didn't miss that. Be right back. My chat broke. All right, we'll wait for you, Miss Chris. I won't do anything until you get here. Michelle Stark, change of venue. Yes, subject matter jurisdiction. Let's see. Anne brought the donuts this morning. Thank you, Anne. That guy as well. We've got Cute for Real. Question, was this P testimony presented in the last trial? Yes, somewhat. But it was more so included in the appellate ruling that was printed in book form, which the judge read from the other day, which was, anyway, it's going to be a long case, and I think the courtroom's going to get pretty bare by the end of that trial. 80s Music Man is here. Good morning. Hopefully not so much editing work for you to do today, 80s Music Man. Dallas K is here. Izzy Watts. Is live chat broken for anyone else, says Miss Chris? I think just for you right now. Lucky. Talk to Golden Mom. She's in charge of the internet. Tish is here. Good morning, Tish. Good to have you. Katrina. I have cinnamon rolls and coffee. There's treats everywhere. No one should go hungry this morning with all the treats that have been brought here. Boxer Mom's here. Good morning to you, Boxer Mom. Good to have you. I still haven't seen an answer from Matthew Harris about his court appearance. Here's our first weather report here. Weather dude is hiding today, says Weather Watch. KF7AIK says 21 degrees at Echo Reservoir. This is on the back side of the Wasatch Mountains. So think, if you go from Salt Lake City east, like one mountain range over, a range over, there's sort of like a little valley area, and Echo Reservoir is sort of on the north end of that valley. But it's cold. It's cold. It's sort of between, I guess, Ogden and Evanston, Wyoming. Chilly. Enjoy your commute there, Bob. Kathy, Carly 196, good morning. I was worried you were put in YouTube jail when I didn't see your thumbnail this morning. I was glad to see you. Not a drama element. I usually make the thumbnail at the end of my my live stream, so I'm ready for the next day. As you know, I sort of cut and ran yesterday at the end of my live stream. I went out to dinner with some friends and Mrs. RA and just had a great time. They cooked. It was fantastic. We brought a salad and they brought everything else, and had just fantastic salmon he had caught up in Alaska. Just homemade apple crumble. It was delicious. So I ate way too much, and I'm probably regretting it, but I loved it in the moment. Cinnamon rolls are great, says Izzy. Koss, good morning. Good to have you here. Stephen Lee, good morning all. Good to have you. I'm not sure what your schedule is. Sometimes we miss you in the morning, but we talk about you a lot. As you've seen, we've got the Stephen Lee. Let me see if I can show this here. His Recovery Addict drawing that he made for us and gave me permission to use. Thank you, by the way. It's now available on a mouse pad, and I know one of you has bought it already, even though I haven't posted the link anywhere. See, I've been watching that too. Okay, we're going to need your input on this trial for sure to catch up, because we're missing a lot. I think we're going to watch the opening statements and then try to jump into the trial, just so we get who's who sort of thing. Let's see. Are you sure you want to use Boy Scout? DMB, I'm severing myself from this. Anything I say is going to be taken wrong. Let me just say that all references to anything have nothing to do with the Jensen trial. How about that? Great name, says Shells. I switched to my laptop. My app on my phone is being funky. Hopefully you got chat now. Let's see. Christy Frame. Okay, how did everyone know to tune in? I just checked a few minutes ago and there was nothing. Christy, I've trained them. It's like a Pavlovian response. When I go live, they show up. It just happens. No, they're just amazing. We have some amazing people whose schedules line up with when I go live, and it's great to share the morning with you. That's what I watched yesterday. Pretty good. Kathy, we're going to need your input today for sure. The antifreeze trial wasn't doing it for anybody, apparently. Everyone's saying thank you for not watching any more antifreeze. Watch both trials, both days in trial yesterday. It is interesting. Yeah, Gordon, different Boy Scout completely. We should call it the Eagle Scout trial, maybe. Let's see. Missy Pants, good to have you here. Tracy, have I missed anybody in chat? Molly Roll says, when's the Walsh hearing? I was trying to dial into that right now, and they've got all sorts of warnings where they don't want me to dial in, but then they say it's open to the public. So I'm going to do a quick check and see if they'll let me connect. The Walsh arraignment hearing is this morning. I did want to catch that. Let's let you listen in here really quickly.
Welcome to the conferencing center. At any time during this message, please...
Yep, I pushed the wrong number.
We did not receive the correct number of passcode digits.
That's because I made a mistake.
314 is invalid.
Okay, try
Please
again.
re-enter your passcode, followed by the pound sign.
I'll do that now. Is that better? Oh man, they're doing music.
Your passcode has been confirmed. If you need technical assistance during your call,
I don't.
press *0. After the tone, please state your name, followed by the pound sign.
Scott.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There's a lawsuit.
There are 10 parties in conference, including you. The leader has not activated this conference. Please stand by until your call begins.
Okay, so this is what I did before. I dialed in and they played all this music that I can't play on the air because it's probably copyright. Can I boycott the Boy Scout name? Can I boycott the Boy Scout name? Yes, Vixen, if you can come up with another name. Obviously, we don't want any connection to Jensen whatsoever. But I didn't want to use the same one that everyone else was using. Let's see. When is the Crumbly Parents trial? Lane, that one is on hold, waiting for a Supreme Court decision on whether or not the parents can be charged. So we don't have any date to move forward on that, last I heard. Let's see. We do have a little bit to go over. We've got the audio now. Law and Crime has released the full audio from the Sarah Boone hearing yesterday. I was just going to listen to the audio. I'm not going to watch their video because they're just playing, reruns. There's very little actual courtroom video of there because everyone appeared remotely. The judge was there at the bench, but that's it. Tracy, good to have you here. JK, good morning. Comment got deleted. Tragic, says that guy. I'm sorry. I see this one. Hello, Kitty says, hi, morning to everyone. Hello, Kitty. Good to have you here. Eileen Travernia, good morning. I'm pretty sure I butchered your name yet again. No more antifreeze. Right. We're going to be done with that one. Sandy Fields, Stephen Lee, Izzy Watts, Red Pen is here. Yeah, it's a different Scout one. Yeah, there was not much to love in that trial. Let's see. I did not see any response from Matthew Harris. He might be tied up with legal work already. I was also I also was on Court TV. JM, you were on Court TV as well? I found out the reserved front seats does not carry over to an actual courtroom. Oh, no. I didn't get in trouble, but close. Oh, no. Tina, who did they reserve the front seats for, if not for you, for standing in line and being first in line? I'm also a scout. I've been a scoutmaster, Eagle Scout, Wood Badge. Loved the scouting program as it was taught to me as a kid and as I participated in it. It seems to change a little bit over time. Not too happy about that, but let's see. Happy Wednesday. Hello. Good morning. 28.4 in my front yard, says KQD. And it briefly snowed. Seven's here. What's up, boy? Good to have you, Seven. Tom, Miss Chris. I think I've pretty much got through the roll. Coffee Mom's here. Jay Guns. Hey from Ohio. Good to have you, Jay. Julie Morton's here. P-Will for real. What's wrong with the antifreeze trial? I'm missing the inside jokes. Basically there was a lot of talk about a male member. That's it, and it was constant. There were pictures, there was descriptions. Everyone's being asked about it, and we've got more things to talk about, like actual crime things to talk about than this guy's sick fascination. Nana Geek's here. Be careful. Do you know good logic? Got second strike for no good reason. He's fighting it. Got second strike for what? I'm familiar with good logic, but he pushes some lines that I don't push. I think I was watching one of his streams that got demonetized. I didn't know if he got a second strike. I'm here. What did I miss? Is Matthew Harris. We heard you were famous. You were on Court TV or something. I'm interested in sort of invest in the end of his trial. Are you going to finish the trial? Jenny, I really can't. It's a threat to my YouTube channel is the problem. The content they're providing is flirting with the line with YouTube's terms of service. And if I cross that line, I have no recourse. I just disappear and have to start from scratch, which I'm not okay with. So I apologize for the change. But then at the same time, I'm not sorry. What are we going to watch today? We're going to try to watch the triple murder trial that's going on. Let's see. Monica's here. Survived all the birthday shots. You had a birthday, right? Happy birthday. T-Rocks fighting. Save my spot. Firefighting. Oh, this is real life firefighting. The front row reserved for attorneys only. So you just took an attorney seat. That's funny. You almost probably appeared on Law and Crime's video then. Please hit the like button. Thanks, Rowdy, for that. I always sit in the back because I never know how long I can stay. Nancy says, I don't know if my name was called, but I'm buffering so much, and I know it's on my end. I'm sorry it's on your end. It is. I promise. I haven't seen any buffering on this side. Shout out to the mod squad. Rhonda's here. She'll be right back. Cass, I think we're about good. Bite Me's here. Vic's Logic. Anyone else I missed that needs to be on the roll call, let me know. SB says, good morning. Good morning. Danielle's here. The Walsh Hearings on Fox News on YouTube should be starting anytime. We're going to take a look at, let me see if I can pull that one up. I need this video here. What I need is a USB-C splitter because I need more connections to my laptop than I currently have. Let's pull this up. Okay. When you say Danielle, which Fox is carrying it as far as the channel? Let me pull up what we've got here. Walsh. Looking for what's current right now. I'm not seeing it. I skipped Sunshine and Sunflowers. How did I skip you? I apologize. Last Poet, you're here as well. Lindsay Len. Colby, Life's a Journey. Hi. Let's see. Let me just a second. Let's see if we can pull this up. Just show me live. Come on.
Not bored. And it said he had not spoken to his wife since the early morning hours on New Year's Day. Cohasset police were granted permission to ping on his phone to locate her or her phone. Anna's phone indicated that it was stationary in the area of the Cohasset house on New Year's Eve until 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd. There were no outgoing calls made at that time, and at 3:14 a.m. on the 2nd, it was turned off. Defendant stated Anna should have been wearing a dress, a black jacket, hunter boots, watch, ring, as well as carrying a Prada purse. Defendant gave a time range of 6 or 6:10 a.m. on the 1st when he last saw her. What I'd like to do now is just describe his actions in the days from January 1st. Defendant indicated on January 1st at 3 p.m. he did some errands and went to his mother's house in Swampscott, but got lost.
This is the old one, right?
He didn't have his phone. He said he knew he was lost when he saw the pirate ship on Route 1. Defendant stayed 15 minutes, then went to Whole Foods and CVS. At 1:21 p.m.
Man, for leaving a digital track, this guy did an awful job.
Those were on the January 1st. There was also information gained from the defendant's phone, which showed on January 2nd he was at Home Goods in Norwell, where he purchased 3 rugs. There were also more Google searches on January 2nd.
Yes.
At 12:45 p.m.
This is
the
guy in gray.
To dismember.
That's Walsh.
At 1:10 p.m.
This is not the old one.
Can you be charged with murder without a body? At 1:14 p.m. Can you identify a body with broken teeth? On January 2nd, following those, the defendant was seen on surveillance at the Home Depot in Rockland.
I'm with Dallas on this one. This is just regular stuff everybody normally searches.
Items included cleaning products, mops, brushes, tape, towel, a tie-wet suit with boot covers, buckets, goggles, baking soda, a hatchet. He had a face mask and rubber gloves on at the time he was pushing the cart in Home Depot. At 5:32, he was seen at the Derby Street in Hingham, now removing the gloves and the mask. Data from his phone also tracked his whereabouts on January 3rd. Locations were traveled at 4:27 on January 3rd to an apartment complex in Abington. Surveillance shows the defendant's Volvo, as well as a male fitting the defendant's parents, exit a car near the dumpster. He walks to the dumpster carrying a garbage bag. He's leaning, and it appears to be heavy as he has to heft it into the dumpster. He walks to the dumpster with the garbage bag and leaves it. On 4:48, he hit another complex in Abington, and at 5:10 p.m., cell phone shows records at another apartment in Brockton. Video shows a party consistent with his appearance and his Volvo. Again, he discarded items in the dumpster.
I love that she's reading off a legal pad.
On January 3rd, that same day, at 1:02 p.m., he did some more Google searches. What happens to hair on a dead body? At 1:13 p.m., what is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to on a surface in the woods?
This guy's a genius.
Can baking soda mask or make a body smell good? On January 4th, the following day, the defendant went to Home Goods and TJ Maxx. He purchased towels as well as bath mats and men's clothing. At 4:15 that day, on the 4th, he went to Lowe's where he purchased squeegees and a trash can. On January 4th, when Cohasset police went to the house on the well-being check, officers observed his Volvo with seats down and a plastic liner in the back of the car. The next day, a view of the Volvo showed his seats folded down, floor mats with some dirt, and the carpet appeared to show fresh vacuum streaks. When asked about the liner, the defendant
this is not looking good for him.
In the trash. Chemists later analyzed the car, and there was President flag in the car. On January 5th, review of the data from defendant's phone showed his phone traveled at 8 a.m. first to his daycare and then to Swampscott, where his mother resides. The phone traveled to the complex where his mother lives at 9:30 a.m., went for about 5 minutes around the building to the southeast corner. In the southeast corner of that complex is where there is a dumpster. The dumpster was later secured. As part of the investigation, police checked for activity on honest credit cards, banks, flights, trains. There was no activity since she was last seen on January 1st. Police also tried to track down what happened to the bags that the defendant was seen throwing in the dumpster earlier. This was over in Abington. These bags and what was in them were already picked up and taken to a location for shredding and to be incinerated. By the time police located that, they were already destroyed. However, investigators did secure and search the dumpsters from defendant's mother's complex in Swampscott. It was searched at a transfer station in Peabody. Investigators recovered 10 trash bags. Inside the trash bags, many of these items contained stains consistent with blood, in fact a lot. Among the items secured were towels, rags, slippers, tape, Tyvek soup, gloves, cleaning agents, carpets, rugs, hunter boots, Prada purse, a COVID-19 vaccine card in the name of Alana Walsh, a hacksaw, a hatchet, and some cutting shears. The purse and boots were described as what Anna was last seen in. A portion of the rug was heavily stained with red-brown stains. The substance was consistent with also having baking soda on it. There was a portion of a necklace consistent with one that Anna had been seen wearing in photos. The State Crime Lab performed testing on certain selected items that were recovered from those trash bags. There was human blood found on them, and then they were sent for DNA testing. The findings are as follows. On the slippers in the interior, Anna and Brian Walsh were contributors to the DNA on those slippers which had blood on them. On the exterior, Anna and Brian Walsh contributed to the DNA found on those slippers. The Tyvek suit. On the interior cuffs, Anna and Brian Walsh contributed to the DNA that was left on them. On the exterior left pant leg, Anna Walsh was contributed to the DNA. On the interior right sleeve, Anna Walsh was a contributor to the DNA that was found on the Tyvek suit. There was tissues which found that Anna Walsh contributed to the DNA. There was one other earlier Google search which would be of note. On December 27th, defendant Googled, what's the best state to divorce for a man? Rather than divorce, it is believed that Brian Walsh dismembered Anna Walsh and discarded her body. The bags were later discarded in Swampscott and contained Anna's property and the items used to clean up, as well as the DNA that was left behind. The Commonwealth is asking that the defendant be held without bail for the murder of his wife.
Thank you, Mr.
Should we do a guilt, not guilty poll?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Defendant will be held without bail pending indictment. Do we have a date for probable cause, or Ms. Dillon, have you reserved time for the grand jury?
Not at this time, but I will. Your Honor, we have a date of February 7th already for the misleading police. Oh, February 9th, I apologize. If we want to put it on for status on that day?
And that's by Zoom, Your Honor, correct?
By Zoom.
Yes,
Do you
thank
want a
you.
status date or probable cause date?
Status date is fine.
Okay. February 9th for status, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you're held without bail until February 9th, 2023 for a status date.
We're all set. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to go ahead and throw a poll up here. A lot of hustle bustle in the courtroom. Tons of reporters present. Just a ton of reporters. I'll turn the demos. Judge, like, enough of that. You guys be quiet. Where am I getting audio? What's the audio coming from? Oh, it's coming from there. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Wow. That's a lot of evidence. I would say they have probable cause. When we get the audio from Sarah Boone hearing, we're going to do that next. Tom, I've got that queued up right now. I'm not going to show a lot of video. I'll cut back and forth to it, but most of the time for the video, because this was provided by Law and Crime, they just went and dubbed over her being arrested, her being walked out to the car, things like that. And because they've done it that way, it's sort of like a production that they put together, and I would feel bad about using it in its entirety because of that, because it's not just a straight courtroom type feed. So I'll take the audio from the courtroom, which is available, and we'll go from there. Let's see. So blood evidence, but no body. Where is she? Charles River. There's always bodies in Charles River. Miss Chris, apparently the body was deposited in dumpsters in pieces that were shredded and incinerated. So there will be no body found. And it would be incredibly difficult to locate any remains after that. But they have enough evidence, I think, at least for probable cause. And man, this guy, it sounds like he committed the murder and then decided to start planning it. He went and thought that his computer was the best place to learn, which was just bizarre. I would be surprised if he pleads not guilty. Honestly, I don't know what it's worth. Yeah, if I think he's going to plead guilty. Let's see. Well, he was listening to that intently, like he knows he's been caught. By the way, he keeps watching her. It seems like he's waiting for her to say more, like he knows they're missing something. Matthew, yeah, and you've got to realize this is the first time he hears what evidence they have. So at this point, he's just been arrested, and he's like, "What for?" And they're like, "We're charging you with murder." He's like, "Well, this is the first time he hears the evidence as to why." And they don't have to show everything. They don't have to reveal their entire hand, all the information they have, all their tips. They don't have to do a tell-all. And this is, I guess she just scribbled down a few highlights on her legal pad and was reading it. No smile today? What, did I not smile? I thought I smiled. Or are you talking about the guy in court? Their evidence is loaded. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay. Perfectly timed question about the poll. Let's go ahead and show the results of the poll here. Let's see what we have. It looks like guilty 85%, too soon to tell 14%, not guilty a big old 0. Nobody was really feeling on the not guilty side, although 14% reserve the right to vote that way. It seems to be a lot of evidence for him to overcome. So if he gets a defender, a public defender, or a paid attorney, depending on which way it goes, they'll have their work cut out for him. That'll be interesting. They found everything. Yeah, they pretty much got everything except for the body, which is sad for the family because there's no sense of closure with being able to bury remains that way. Abby, 100% feel for the family. Okay, so we want to go back to yesterday a little bit. I'm going to pull up this other video right here. So I'll show a little bit of this, then we're going to cut away. We're going to keep the audio going. So audio 6 is on. This is Sarah Boone's hearing yesterday, and I want to talk about a couple things that happened in here. Tina did an amazing job keeping us up to date, but in listening to this over again, some more things, some questions rise to the forefront of my mind.
Why don't we go ahead and address Sarah Boone, since I think some people would prefer that case get called next.
Yeah, that would be us.
So the last time we talked,
this
Mr. Bankiewicz, we had a status hearing. Ms. Boone was present.
That was Judge Wooten.
And where we left things.
Oops, sorry.
With her, have a meeting at the jail and see where things stand. So have you had a chance to meet with Ms. Boone?
Judge, I have not, and the reason I have not is this is the first day I'm out of bed with COVID, and I contracted that.
Judge doesn't look impressed.
Actually, twice last week, and had to cancel both of those because of COVID.
So we'll listen.
Issues.
They're just playing video.
And so, like I said, today's the first day that I am actually up and about. And so I'm going to have to reschedule that meeting with her. But the case is not ready for trial. We're still looking into experts. And I have a death penalty case that's set time certain in Lake County starting the first week in February. And expected to last probably 3 weeks. So I'm asking for your April docket and for purposes of a continuance.
What's left to be done?
I've spoken to 2 experts, and they have not gotten back with me as far as scheduling and going out to see Ms. Boone. There was an expert initially hired by the attorney that she hired privately, but there was no follow-up with that expert, and I have followed up with that expert. And basically, and I've told Mr. Cacciatore this, it's going to be a battered spouse defense, and so we need to get some specific experts in that field to be able to testify.
When does your death penalty trial start in Lake County?
First week in February.
And how long do y'all anticipate?
3 weeks.
Mr. J, do you know what Mr. Cacciatore's position on this is?
He has no objection, and I don't know if the court sets status dates when it's nebulous when people are going to be ready, or if you just go ahead and set pretrial dates, that's fine. April sounds...
Well, I need it on a pretrial docket, so I'm going to grant Mr. Bankowitz's continuance on behalf of Ms. Boone. I'm going to set it for pretrial on March 28th and a trial period starting April 10th, but I'm going to ask that Mr. Cacciatore and Mr. Bankowitz do schedule a status conference on the case end of February or beginning of March. Mr. Bankowitz, I want to make sure that you've been out to see Ms. Boone, and if there are any issues coming out of that, I want to address that sooner rather than later.
Yes, sir.
All right. File your motion. I'll grant the motion. The dates are as previously announced.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Bankwitz, what else do you have on the docket today?
That's all I have.
All right. Have a good day, sir.
You too.
Okay, so that's all we have from Sarah Boone's appearance, where she did not appear, first of all, which I'm surprised because she's asked to be at all of our hearings, but it doesn't surprise me that she didn't appear because her lawyer has not met with her to tell her, hey, there's a hearing coming up, and we can get you there if you want. He says he's got COVID. The judge didn't seem impressed, but at the same time didn't seem to question it. But the big part in there is that he said it's going to be a battered spouse defense, which to me, I'm looking at this, and Pauline sent me some stuff yesterday that I wanted to look at just a little bit. I loved Judge Manning, not a drama llama. Pre-trial. So Pauline sent me some stuff yesterday I want to review. In Florida, we have some information about the battered spouse syndrome. When in any criminal case, it shall be in the intention of the defendant to rely on the defense of a battered spouse syndrome at trial. No evidence offered by the defendant for the purpose of establishing that defense shall be admitted in the case unless advance notice in writing of the defense shall have been given to the defendant by the defendant as hereinafter provided. So you have to inform the court, which they just did. Time for filing notice. The defendant shall give notice of intent to reply on the defense of battered spouse syndrome no later than 30 days prior to trial. The notice shall contain a statement of particulars showing the nature of the defense and the defendant expects to prove, and the names and addresses of the witnesses by whom the defendant expects to show battered spouse syndrome insofar as possible. So 30 days prior to trial, there should be a filing from Sarah Boone's lawyer with information on this. It will have the statement of particulars. It will basically spell out what their case is and who they're going to call to support that. So that means we anticipate more documents to be dropped in March, probably mid-March or the first part of March for that. Sarah Boone's attorney is FOC. What does FOC stand for? Well, full of crap? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to remember what that stood for. Let's see. We've got a lot of conversations going on here. Let's see what we have here. So battered wife. What she couldn't leave because he was hiding the suitcase. Okay, Lee. So this battered wife thing it seems like a bizarre. It's a reach. It's a bit of a reach for her because you've got a couple obstacles which she has now placed in her own path that would be in stark contrast to any claim she has about being a battered wife. First of all, in her interrogation, She says that he didn't touch me. I didn't touch him. Nothing had happened. We were doing good. Everything was going great. And we were great. We were playing games. We were drinking. We were having fun. We were listening to music. It's going to be hard to now say, hey, this was a battered wife seeking revenge. This is the only way she could get out of this situation. So she's going to have to basically come up with a story that accounts for all that and the testimony that she gave in interrogation. So that's going to be rough. I know they're going to call some experts. The attorney says that Mr. Bankiewicz said that there was an expert that her initial private attorney reached out to, possibly on this subject to look into this, and he never replied. Or they never paid him, and so he never did any work. One of the two happened. He says, I've reached out to them again, and we're waiting for him to call us back. And so that's where it is. We've got an expert in there. The expert could delay things because the expert has to meet with them and make their findings and everything, and that could take some time. I think it can get done with the type of expert analysis they're doing. I think it can get done and still meet that April timeframe. But I think what is more likely is that we're going to see another filing from Bankiewicz asking to be removed from this case. I think he's going to formulate his arguments a little clearer, that he's going to be more adamant about his request, and I think the judge is going to have to either dismiss it with prejudice or let him go, because I think he has zero interest in pursuing this case. Basically, all of the experts, none of the experts have gotten back to them because they don't want to touch this case with a 10-foot pole and ruin their reputation. Nobody wants this. If Boone gets battered spouse, good grief. I will say that Boone, there's a record, on the record, there's information about Boone being in an abusive relationship and that it went both ways. I believe both Sarah and George spent time in jail at different times and possibly at the same time for their part in some domestic fights that went on. They did batter each other. Let's see, who said that it won't fly? Angie, that won't fly. Boone was just as guilty of battery. Her ex-husband had already said that to the detectives. I've seen the video. Very out of reach, I would say. Her attorney is focused on COVID instead of Sarah's case. Oh, I thought you said full of crap. Focused on COVID. Let's see. Good morning. Good to have you here, Lady Mystery. If that's a great relationship, I don't want one. What did you get out of that hearing? What did you hear that struck you? The fact that he hasn't met with her yet, that he apparently had 2 appointments to meet with her this last week and he had to cancel. It's crazy. I expect another letter out of Sarah Boone before this happens. Hopefully the one from the governor comes through, where we can get her to give us a copy directly when we write her. She literally screwed herself completely in those body cam videos and the videos she took. There's no possible way anyone thinks she's not guilty. I still think she's going to fight it. I'd be more sympathetic as a juror if she claimed drunk accident. But that diminished capacity thing because of alcohol, I don't think that defense stands in Florida. Not from Cohasset, but I live 45 minutes away. I'm 10 minutes away from there where his trial will be. Everyone is stunned. Allie, you're talking about the one that we talked about this morning, the Walsh trial? They're both guilty of being heinous to each other. The neighbors will blow that out of the water. Also, the neighbors probably have a lot to say in Sarah Boone's case. No antifreeze guy today. There's too much stuff we don't want to deal with on the channel. And it's not adding to the discussion. Let's put it that way. Patty says, I thought this was going to go battered spouse defense months ago. You were right. We had that little note in the case a long time ago and then heard nothing about it. Let's see, what case today? We're going to follow the triple murder case. Let me get this one pulled up here. Just 1 second. phone's beeping at me here. And as for those that are following I think they're calling it the Iowa Family Murders on one channel. Are we on day 3? I think we're on day 3 of the Iowa Family Murders. But I want to go back and watch the opening statements. Day 2. Where's day 1? We'll get it here. Just one second. Okay, trying to find the opening statements, which are very short, really, for an opening statement in a murder trial. Let's see. So here we go, 4 days ago. So let me bring this up.
Having just seen his father lying in a pool of blood.
Hang on, we need to back up. Where did this go? Okay, this is the start.
Counsel.
They've got tons of microphones, but the audio is not the best.
Lying in a pool of blood on the ground, with a gunshot bleeding from his foot, in shock, as officers said, heavily medicated with fentanyl. Officers wasted no time at all accusing Alexander Jackson of killing his family.
Okay, so this is I don't know why it's not rewinding to the beginning. This is the defense opening statement, and defense should not go first. So give me just a second to pull that up. Prosecution was, I think, a little bit better. Not sure why it's cutting straight to that one. Okay. Thought I had it pulled up and it was the wrong one. I do apologize for that. Okay, I'm going to have to do some digging here. We're not covering Antifreeze and Antigeek. I'm sorry, it just was too bad. Yeah, those who want to watch that, you can watch it and keep us updated on the parts that aren't naughty. But we're not going to follow the live on here. I don't want to get a YouTube strike. You get 3 strikes in some cases, and for some of the content they were providing for the live stream would give me all 3 strikes all at once, and I would be banned, and I can't do that. Let's see. Walsh, who said, I'm trying to answer here. Are we going to get the opening statements? We're trying to catch the opening statement 7. I know that we're gonna back up a little bit, and then we'll catch up with trial because it's on day 3 or 4. Let's see if somebody has the consent to the burner phone. If they found the link, let's see. Kathy saying, just heads up, they do show photos in 3D of the crime scene with the victims. They may be done with that part, but just in case, be aware. Right, the opening statements though don't. So I think they're done with that. It is graphic, but we can deal with that. I'd rather have that than pornographic. Body footage shows the victims, not gory, but it does. Check the burner, please. Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that heads up, and I appreciate you guys looking out for me and watching my back there. If I get banned, you riot. Thanks, that guy. Give me a minute. We're gonna find this case. We want to watch the Iowa family murder opening statements. Trial day 1. Okay, here it is, I think. Give me just 1 minute here. There we go. Okay, I've got the right one. I had the wrong video previously. Switcher to 2. This is the judge, and the judge looks nervous, I might say. So we're going to speed this up just a tiny bit because it takes forever. We're going to do a 1.25. Oh, that sounds awful. 1.5. That's a little better. Okay, so this is going to go fast. We're just waiting for everything to start here. I don't have an OnlyFans Weather Watch, I promise. Right, the trial moves much faster up here. It's very quick. This judge, he's nervous about how he looks. He's like straightening his tie, shifting around. I don't know maybe this might be his first televised trial. He does look sort of young. Thanks, Lindsay. Appreciate you guys looking out for me. Yeah, you're right, Professor Bell. With Sarah Boone, sorry. A public defender gets assigned. When you're assigned to the case, the judge decides if you get released or not. Tag, you having some issues here? What's happening with your connection? Okay. It's a very young judge. You get more comfortable. Maybe he just needs to. Day one. He's got the day one jitters on the trial. The red.
West Court now in session. The Honorable Judge Lars Anderson now presiding.
All right, everyone, go ahead and have a seat.
If this is too fast, let me know and I'll slow it down.
All right, we are on the record this morning. We have our jurors present, counsel and Mr. Jackson. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You do have your packets now, as I think I mentioned to you would. There are notepads and pens in there that you can use, as well as the button I mentioned that will identify you as a juror that we ask that you wear while you're here in the courthouse. All right.
Very brief instructions here to start.
Proceed with the statement of charge and plea.
We are, Your Honor.
You may.
In the Iowa District Court in and for Lane County, State of Iowa versus Alexander Kent Jackson. Comes now Jerry Vanderson as prosecuting attorney in the name and by the authority of the State of Iowa.
I'll slow it down if it's too fast.
Alexander Kent Jackson of the crime of count 1, murder in the first degree, committed as follows. That the said Alexander Kent Jackson, on or about June 15, 2021, in the county of Lynn and state of Iowa, did unlawfully and willfully, having malice aforethought, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, killed Jan Jackson at 4414 Oak Leaf Court Northeast, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County, Iowa. Violation of Iowa Code sections 707.1, 707.2, sub 1, sub A. Count 2, murder in the first degree, committed as follows. That the said Alexander Kent Jackson, on or about June 15, 2021, in the county of Lynn and state of Iowa, did unlawfully and willfully, having malice aforethought, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, killed Melissa Jackson at 4414 Oak Leaf Court Northeast, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Violation of Iowa Code section 707.1, 707.2, sub 1, sub A. And count 3, murder in the first degree, committed as follows. That the said Alexander Kent Jackson, on or about June 15, 2021, in the county of Lynn and state of Iowa, did unlawfully and willfully, having malice aforethought.
So these are 3 charges.
Deliberately and with premeditation, killed Sabrina Jackson at 4414 Oak Leaf Court Northeast, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County, Iowa. Violation of Iowa Code section 707.1, 707.2, sub 1, sub A. A true information, signed, Gary Benson, Monica Slaughter, Assistant Lynn County Attorney. To these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the parties, through their attorneys, will have an opportunity.
I'll slow
to
it down
make
as soon as we start the attorneys.
In doing so,
actual
they may explain to you what they believe are the issues in this case and what they expect that the evidence will show, the statements that they are going to be making, and the arguments that they will make at the conclusion of the
Turn
evidence.
it down just a little bit.
Are not themselves evidence and are not.
So this is not evidence, but the jury gets to listen to it.
Also, any statements that they make now or later about the law are not to be considered by you as the law of the case. since evidence sometimes comes in sort of a piecemeal fashion or out of chronological or logical
slow it
sequence
down now.
during the course of a trial, statements of counsel may help.
Oops, sorry.
Put the
Why is it doing this? Go on.
facts as they believe them into perspective. They're
Okay, I'm breaking the internet. Sorry. We're going to look at it right there.
The evidence to better aid you in understanding both the issues and what they believe the evidence will show. Therefore, please give counsel your close attention. Mr. Shearer,
Does Iowa have the death penalty?
Your Honor, you may. Please report.
Okay, we're going to pause right here because I need to get this on the actual speed. We'll do it regular speed. This is going to be the opening statement from the prosecution first. The one thing that bugs me about this statement is that he constantly stands on the cord to the microphone that's on the podium next to him. And I just want to say, just don't step on it. don't move. Don't step on it. But here we go. So this is prosecution opening statement. It's pretty quick, and it spells it out pretty clearly. After this is done,
Alexander Jackson,
we'll talk.
I want you to think that he had the perfect family life. That his mother, Melissa, his father, Jan, his sister, Sabrina, they all got along great. They had family dinners. They played board games. It was perfect. On the Eagle Scout badge, there are 2 stars. Those stars stand for truth and knowledge. The evidence is going to show you what the truth is about this family dynamics. And it's not what Mr. Jackson claimed it to be. On June 15th of 2021, a 911 call went out early in the morning hours. That call was made by the defendant, stating someone had broken into our house and shot me and my family. This call went on for 15 minutes. And you're going to hear the entirety of this call. And even in this call begins inconsistencies with what the defendant said had happened on that date in question. What the majority of that call focused on was this person breaking in, and that there was a struggle, and the defendant got shot in the foot. The dispatcher asked multiple times, describe this person. Who else is there? Eventually, the defendant does acknowledge that his sister and mother are home. And then as further conversation goes on in this call, the defendant then says, my sister, my mother, my father. Although the 911 call dispatcher doesn't catch the last that his father is there, because officers will testify when they arrived on scene, what they thought they were going to was not what they expected. Officer Curtis Buckles, a certified K-9 officer, along with Officer Tim Brown, Officer Corey Barber, Sergeant Phil Hansen, Officer Justin Kaczynski, arrived in the area of 4414 Oakleaf Court Northeast, a very nice neighborhood.
He's talking about this Eagle Scout badge that has 2 stars on it.
This was a nice, sunny, warm day in June. It's about 8:31 when they arrived. And immediately, officers had suspicions of what exactly is going on. They all were equipped with body cam. And you'll see the body cam footage from Officer Barber, Officer Buckles, and Officer Brown. And they take precaution to approach the home, not knowing what is inside. The information that they were given, that this was someone that had broken in and shot the defendant. They were not even sure how many people were inside the home. So they approached the home very cautiously. Officer Brown takes a wide loop into the woods to see guard. Officer Buckles with other officers approach slowly, trying to avoid windows. They have the dispatcher call inside the home, believing if the sister and the mother are there, to answer the phone and come out.
He's 22 years old.
As they approach the back of the house, they see the back door open. Officer Buckles is the first officer to enter into the home. And what he sees is not what he expected. He sees the dead body of Jan Jackson face down in the carpet. Blood coming from his head around his body. Officer Buckles hears a voice. Officer Buckles does not know where this voice is coming from and thinks initially it's coming from Mr. Jackson and says, "Show me your hands." And then we hear a voice saying, "My hand is on my foot." Officers immediately realize there's another person down here, and that Mr. Jackson is deceased. And shortly down the hallway is the defendant holding his foot, a trail of blood going towards the defendant.
I think he meant Mrs. Jackson's deceased.
Right when officers entered into the home, there's a fireplace. There's 22 caliber shells and bullets spread out along the fireplace. There's a love seat. Behind the love seat, there are 22 shell casings in a pile. Around the body of Jan Jackson, there are bullets, shell casing. Officers immediately conduct a productive search to see what is inside the house, to clear it if there's anyone else present or any other firearms available. They make their way down the hallway towards where the defendant is, asking, "Who's down here?" The defendant's response, "My sister is." They ask if she's okay. The defendant says, "Yeah, I think she is." They go into Sabrina Jackson's bedroom, where she's laying in bed with her covers around her, shot and dead. They now realize they have 3 victims or concerns. 2 dead bodies and Mr. Jackson with a gunshot in his foot. They make their way upstairs to continue to sweep the house to look for any other individual.
We're catching up on opening statements, then we'll join live.
Their dog, Hero, is out on the sun porch. They make their way to the back bedroom where Melissa and Jan's master bedroom is. Next to the bed, on the ground, sloped down, they find Melissa Jackson, dead, shot multiple times. They found shell casings as well. They go downstairs. They find the .22 Browning rifle next to the defendant. They call for help. They soon realize that this is more than what they thought it was going to be. This was no longer a burglary case. This was a triple homicide. They had paramedics, with their help, escort the defendant outside the home, onto the stretcher, and taken to the hospital for help on his foot. Still not 100% sure what's going on here. This was supposed to be a burglary. It's not. It's something more. There's 3 dead bodies. So they need to start securing the scene, start looking for any signs of intruders or anyone that else could have been there that left the area. They find no evidence of any sign of anyone else inside that home that morning except for the defendants, Sabrina, Melissa, and Jake.
This is Alexander
There's no
Jackson,
signs of forced entry.
accused of murdering
There
3 of
is
his
no
family
signs of a
members.
struggle. There are no signs of any
We're in Iowa.
furniture, objects moved. There's no signs of anything taken. Officer Buckles, with his canine partner, Corsa, who is certified through the North American Police Work Dog Association, known as NAPWA, conducted a track to see for this phantom burglar, who only description they were given was a black man wearing black. Officer Buckles will tell you about his how he's certified in dual tracking and also looking for explosives. He'll tell you about how Corsa conducts a track looking for an individual. You'll see also how that track is conducted. He'll tell you about how the dog breathes, how he reads the dog's indications of something is changing. He'll tell you about the process and procedure used and how it was done properly that day. And you'll see the defendant riding in the ambulance, taken to the hospital for treatment, taken to the Cedar Rapids Police Department, and what he said had happened. You'll see his tone, his body language, and how of concern he had or shown or remorse for the loss of his family. And all the defendant would say is, I didn't do this, that it was some intruder, some black man wearing all black and green shoes. You'll hear about the investigation done over 3 days by Cedar Rapids police officers, how they process this home to look for evidence. You hear from investigator Brandon Bosenberg, an identification officer, will tell you about how a scene is processed, photographed, and evidence is collected and secured. They'll talk about how things have fingerprints, how fingerprints are looked for, and potentially how DNA is looked for. What you will continue to hear is that there is no evidence to show that anyone else was there except for the defendant. That the officers canvassed the neighborhood looking for security footage where they received from neighbors named Bao Li Yang and his daughter Lydia Yang. From their desk camera from that day, you see nobody entering or leaving the home. In fact, they even pulled the Ring doorbell cameras from the Jacksons' home, from the front of the house, and more importantly, from the back of the house, where again you see no one coming and going to support that this phantom ever existed. You hear about this unique Browning .22 rifle. Not your typical .22 rifle that is used. Where a typical .22 rifle is that you load the bullet in the chamber above, and it's an automatic, where after you shoot, you pull back to stop, and
this guy doesn't know guns.
Bullets, and where the bullets will fly anywhere because of how it discharge.
He has no clue. Never shot a .22.
Browning .22 rifle
We'll
is
talk about
loaded in the stock or the butt of the gun, where you put 11 bullets, one at a time, in this gun. You extend the rod, cock the rod, which puts the bullet in the chamber. What's unique also about this gun is that it's a semi-automatic .22 rifle, meaning you can fire the 11 shots without having to re-put a bullet in the chamber. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And also,
He
when
didn't
those
miss any
bullets are
numbers.
discharged,
I'm impressed.
they come out from the bottom of the gun, where a nice, neat pile is gathered. A gun that the defendant told officers that him and his dad were cleaning the day before because it jams up. A gun that was used on all three of the Jackson family members. A gun where no officer, when looking at it, knew how to load it. A gun where identification officer Brandon Boseberger, who has seen multiple firearms, had to look up a YouTube video to figure out how this gun is loaded. This gun was shot more than 11 times on that June 15, 2021 day. Meaning, it had to be loaded more than once. And you'll get exactly the amount of bullets and shell casings that were found. You'll hear from Deputy Medical Examiner Dr. Kelly Cruz, who performed the autopsies on Melissa Jackson, Sabrina Jackson, and Jane Jackson. Sabrina Jackson was shot twice. Once from a distance, into her chest, out of her chest into her arm. She was then shot closely in the face, through the eye. Jan Jackson was shot 5 times. Twice in the head, in the neck, and the stomach. Melissa Jackson was shot twice, both in the head, from a close range. But there were multiple shell casings.
We're going to pick up on trial here in just a
showed that the
minute.
shots
We're just getting to opening
distance,
statements to get our
and the
bearings
last
on the
kill
trial.
shots were an up close and personal shot. The defendant will claim that he did not hear anything as he was sleeping outside on the sun porch with his dog, Hero. A day in June 15, 2021, where it was 80 plus degrees with over 39% humidity.
That's great weather.
And yet the defendant claims, and you'll hear this in his interview, that he didn't hear anything until after the fact and had this struggle with this mystery man down in the basement, and that's how he got shot in the foot. He got shot in the foot after 3 people were dead, and that the mystery man left the gun behind and didn't finish him off. Yet, Identification Officer Boseberg will talk about processing this gun. But there's no DNA located. There was fingerprints located on the handle area of the gun. 1 set of fingerprints, clear as day. Those fingerprints and palm prints belong to Alex Jackson. And they weren't in an area necessary where it would seem how he would hold the gun or if there was a struggle. These prints were clear. There's no sign of them being wiped away or smudged by someone else. In fact, Investigator Boseberg was able to lift these prints, form a scan, and put them on the gun, where an individual would be holding the gun and pointing down and shooting herself in the foot. You'll hear from neighbors as well. Edward Downing will talk about the family, the neighborhood. They were quiet. They were to themselves. But Sabrina seemed to have a lot of energy, was a good person, active. You're going to hear a lot of information about this case. But this information gives you that knowledge to render a verdict. With this evidence, this knowledge, this truth, you will see that there is only one person responsible for these events that happened on June 15th of 2021. that the person responsible for the deaths of Sabrina Jackson, Jan Jackson, Melissa Jackson, was caused by their own family member, the defendant, when he shot and killed them with that .22 Browning rifle. And not just once for each one, multiple times. Taking the time to load this gun, more than 11 bullets. And at the conclusion of this trial, my co-counsel, Ms. Slaughter, will summarize all of this for you. And on behalf of the state, she will ask that you render verdicts of guilty, of murder in the first degree, for each one of these family members. That you find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree for Jane Jackson. That you find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree for Sabrina Jackson. And that you find the defendant guilty of murder of the first degree for Melissa Jackson. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to pause just for a second. What he had on this. Hang on, I need that back. Where did it go? The problem with the gun. Why is that? Why did it go away? Come on. Okay, the problem he had with the gun and describing it and getting it all wrong is that he spent so much time saying that this gun was unique, that it's unlike any other .22 rifle. It is different than what we say the most common .22 rifle is, which is a Ruger 1022, in that it does load from the back or the butt of the gun. But it's very common for a gun to load in a row like that, either from the barrel end or from the butt end, as well as can be loaded from a fed from the bottom in a magazine. He said a normal gun you would load from the top. Most .22s you don't, unless it's a bolt action rifle. He said this gun was unique, that it was semi-automatic. Most .22s are semi-automatic. So just a lot of what he was talking about was wrong. So if there's anyone on the jury that knows guns and has fired this, one of the most common firearms ever used, we're live that way if you want to just, hey, is that my, hey, I got a package. Thank you. All right. So if any jury member who's on the jury is going to be like, they're already wrong. It'll leave in their mind the idea that the state doesn't know what they're talking about when it's talking about this, and it just leaves a big doubt. He could have done his homework. He could have learned a little bit about guns and then proceeded that way. But instead, no, he just spouted off and went that way. So that's what he did. Let's see. Take it right here.
A murder of the first degree.
Okay, we're just backing up just a second.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're just going to finish this up, then we'll join court live, and I'll warn you, it is. They're showing pictures of the crime scene, bloody pictures right now. So we'll get there in just a minute. Here's the
having just seen his father lying in a pool of blood on the ground, with a gunshot bleeding from his foot, in shock, as officers said, heavily medicated with fentanyl. Officers wasted no time at all accusing Alexander Jackson of killing his family. And although they interrogated him for over 7 hours, it took about 35 minutes before they decided that Alexander Jackson was their suspect. And Officer Matt Denlinger and Sarah Lucina had never even stepped foot on the crime scene. You'll see in those 7.5 hours that Alexander Jackson never wavered in telling officers what happened to him that morning. He told them over 13 different ways that it was not him. But charging Alex was the easiest route for officers. And as the state said, you will hear about Alexander Jackson having a good childhood growing up. At a young age, he participated in Boy Scouts. He received 34 merit badges to lead him on to become an Eagle Scout on November 17th in 2017. You will hear that at 17 years old, Alex led an Eagle Project where he helped restore a saved Cedar Rapids heritage home and had what's mentioned in the Gazette. You'll also hear that throughout high school, Alexander Jackson was a member of the band, member of the marching band, and where he played the flute. You'll hear he graduated from community high school in 2019 and was accepted into the University of Iowa that fall. You're going to hear that Alex was raised by loving parents. He had great relationships with his mother and his father both, spending time with them, helping them out around the house. You're going to hear about how the entire family spent time together, catching up over dinner and watching movies together. You'll especially hear how Alex loved playing video games with his father, and they did, on occasion, go to the shooting range. And on that night of June 14th, you're going to hear exactly that. That the night before, Alex was with his family, having dinner, watching movies. Shortly after, Alex goes to his bedroom and retrieves this .22 Browning rifle. And that way, him and his father can clean this rifle. They had plans to go to the shooting range that next day. So after a while, you're going to hear that Alex leaves his dad with this gun, goes and plays video games with his friends, and then goes to bed on the porch, as he normally and regularly has in the past. As an Eagle Scout, that's not surprising to want to sleep outside. And thankfully, he didn't sleep in his room that night. Because as you will hear, around 8:10 that morning, Alex woke up to multiple gunshots, and scared, he finally goes downstairs to see what was happening. And as he approaches those stairs, he sees a man messing with his dad's gun. You'll hear his first instinct was to run towards that man, pushing him, trying to get this gun away from him. But the man wouldn't let go of the gun. And during this struggle and this incident, Alex is shot one time into his foot.
This is the gun, or a similar version. It's an advertisement from Browning.
Alex gets a hold of the gun, and the man runs back out the door, leaving the door open. Now you're going to hear that Alex's first thought was to call 911, which he does. He couldn't stand or walk,
Loading it through the back.
so Alex crawls to his bedroom to find a tourniquet to put around his foot. Police arrive, and they place him in the ambulance, where they immediately give him fentanyl. Alex breaks down in tears, and one of the first things he asks is if his father is okay.
They gave him fentanyl.
He's hoping
that
his father is in an ambulance as well, and you'll hear him ask the ambulance that. Now you'll hear at the hospital that officers begin their interrogation. One of the first things they do is read Alex his Miranda rights without Alex even asking for an attorney. Alex freely speaks with officers. And as I said, only 35 minutes into that interview, they begin directing their questions towards Alex as though he's the suspect in killing his family.
Because he was.
They ask him, do they ever do anything to upset you? You're going to hear that for 6 more hours, officers go on this fishing expedition with Alex, accusing him of killing his mother and his father and his sister. While on fentanyl, while he's bleeding, while he had just been shot and saw his father lying in blood, you will hear officers attempt to catch Alex in alive for the next 6 hours. Officers will accuse Alex of having mental health issues. They'll tell him he needs to go to a mental ward. They tell him he needs a social worker without any proof of that. You'll hear officers begin talking about his home life, starting with accusing him of dropping out of college. Officers aren't thinking that it's June 15th. Alex is at home that day because it's summer break and he's not in college at the time. You'll even hear officers continually put Alex down about his struggles in school, going so far as to saying a guy with no job and no girlfriend should have all the time in the world to pass classes with a B. At this time, students everywhere were struggling with school, online schooling, because it was during and after COVID. You'll then hear officers begin to tell Alex how his dad's unhappy with him and how his grades aren't that great and they don't have the best of relationships. And then they use the interrogation tactic of telling Alex that his sister is his parents' favorite child. At one point, you'll even hear officers ask him his sister's password to her phone, suggesting, is it dad's favorite number 1? But you'll hear Alex tell officers how his dad's proud of him, how his parents didn't have a favorite and that they loved them both equally. You'll hear when that doesn't work, they then move on to his relationship with his sister. Tell me about this relationship with your sister. And as brothers and sisters are, Alex says, we're brother and sister. We're not the closest, but she is my sister.
She's tapping her fingers. She's
Their
wringing her
response,
hands.
no reasoning at all. I can tell you don't like your sister. And you'll hear that after all this questioning, after speaking with neighbors, talking to friends, going through home records, that officers found no evidence at all that Alex did not get along with his family or with his parents. There's no history of mental illness. You'll hear nothing except he enjoyed band. He enjoyed scouts. He was respectful to his teachers, respectful to his parents. No one who knew them said anything about this family was unusual. Then they continue to question Alex. You'll hear that officers tell him, you told the 911 operator that your mother and sister was dead. Alex is adamant that that's untrue. He did not know the condition of his mother and sister. He hadn't seen them that morning. You'll hear for yourselves in the 911 call that will be played that Alex never once mentions his mother or his sister. He says that he's been shot and a family member has shot. He's only referring to his father, who he saw lying in blood. You'll hear that officers tried to imply that his mom's blood would be on him or his body somewhere. You'll hear that officers took multiple swabs from Alex, multiple swabs from areas around his body, that they tested different pieces of clothing that he had on. And officers found no other blood on Alex except from his own body. You'll hear that officers found 2 separate prints on that rifle that was on the scene. One belonging to Alex, the other print belonging to an unidentified person. You will also hear that none of the victims' blood was found on Alex, no matter how close officers claim that he was to the victims when they were shot. You'll also hear that none of the victims' blood was found on the gun either. In fact, you're going to hear that no blood and no DNA was found on that gun or the muzzle of that gun, despite Alex telling them that blood shot out of his foot when he was shot, which makes it very difficult to not find blood on this gun. You'll also hear that the officers didn't even bother to test whether there are any fingerprints or DNA on these shell casings, on the bullets later removed from that gun, or from any bullets that were dropped on the floor in the living room. You're also going to hear the officers confront Alex about being on his phone at 6:50 a.m. when Alex had told officers he was asleep at 8, an hour and a half later. What was Alex Googling that morning? Who played the Emperor in a Star Wars movie? That is not the search engine of someone who is about to kill their family.
Search history, not search engine.
You'll also hear that an officer, as you heard, took his canine, who was well trained in tracking scent, disturbed vegetation, and explosive detection. He took this canine on the property, but not the entire property. As you will see, the canine was never taken out the basement to the right side, over on brick and concrete. You'll see from the officer's body cam, to the right would be the logical path that an intruder would enter and exit among the rest of the area of the yard. And additionally, you're going to hear from a canine expert that it would be difficult for a canine to track a crime scene where multiple officers, multiple ambulance, and multiple people from fire had been all over the property. And you're going to hear that dogs cannot track on brick and concrete. Lastly, along with that, you are going to hear that officers accuse Alex of interrupting the recording of the Ring cameras. They say to him, "How soon before this happened did you mess with the cameras? At what point did you unplug the cameras?" And again, you're going to hear that that was untrue because officers downloaded those videos. All 4 cameras were working. The garage and the front door showed the police activity. However, the motion detector on the backyard camera only detected a limited area of the backyard. It detected to the extreme left of the house. That camera was on the front porch of the bedroom, the parents' balcony bedroom. The same area Alex activated it while he was doing a chore for his mother the night prior. Not one camera had been touched, as the officers alluded to. You're going to hear that Alexander Jackson's fingerprints were not on that camera. You're going to hear that it was a wireless camera, so there's no way to unplug it. And you're going to hear that it was battery operated, and that the battery was still inside of this camera when officers took it. You're going to hear, based on the questioning of officers to Alex, that he appeared to only know about the cameras in the front and the garage. Those are 2 major pieces of evidence in this case that would rule out an intruder coming into the house. And in no way did they rule out an intruder. This was a home invasion with an unknown motive. An intruder who escaped out the back door and left it open. The evidence will show that the police made very little to no effort in this investigation. Alexander Jackson was the 4th victim in this case. There's no doubt this is a tragedy. No doubt at all. Do not compound this tragedy by convicting Alexander Jackson of murder. Thank you.
Okay, so those are the open statements. We're now going to try to transition. We're jumping far ahead. That just paints a picture of what's going to happen, and I don't even know who's presenting evidence right now. But we're going to jump into
where the bullet
right here.
The wall at.
So we're looking at crime scene evidence.
Path, what do you mean by flight path?
So when a bullet hits, let's say a drywall, for this example,
I don't know if this is a public defender or not.
That bullet had entered any type of surface that it might hit. Sometimes we're able to put like what we would call a trajectory rod through those bullet holes to kind of line up where that bullet originated from to kind of show its approximate flight path and where it was fired from.
When you cut out the portion of the drywall that you're referring to, did you find a bullet inside the wall?
We found, so the bullet had actually entered some of the wood framing inside the wall. So we found where it was at, but we didn't recover it out of the wood.
And related to this bullet hole, did you use those trajectory rods to determine flight path?
Yes.
And based on using that trajectory rod, did you form an opinion as to the flight path or where that shot came from?
Yes. So the flight path that we gathered from looking at this was in the direction of where the shell casings were located at behind the couch.
So where 5, 6, 7, and 8 were?
Correct.
Yes, Claire, this is the Alexander Jackson family murder trial in Iowa. So it's Iowa versus Alexander Jackson. We're on day 3. We just did a little catch-up.
In State's Exhibit 82, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
Yes, this is a side view of that entry door in the basement that's coming, the threshold between the backyard and the basement.
Why you photographed this door?
Just kind of documenting the current state of the door in any
this was the open door,
lack of damages
right?
To the door, just kind of an overall documentation photo of the door.
And what was your opinion of the current state of the door?
The door appeared to be in like a normal working order and fashion to me.
Have you processed crime scenes where doors have been kicked in?
Yes.
Multiple times?
This sounds like a state's witness
Can you tell
being
us
questioned by
what type of damage
prosecution.
you would expect to see on a door that had been kicked open?
Yes, so a lot of times on a door that might be kicked open, you'll see maybe some type of denting on the side that was contacted by the kick, maybe some scuff marks from whatever would have kicked it. And then if the door was in a closed position, a lot of times you'll see the latch is actually broken or not aligned properly as how it should be. And typically sometimes framing is broken or damaged.
The framing around the door?
Correct. Yeah, I guess. Correct. Yeah, I guess either on the door itself or the framing around the door.
Have you had an opportunity in your career in processing scenes to observe doors that have been pried open?
Yes.
And can you, when I use the word pried, can you describe what I mean by that?
Yeah, typically, you know, like you might use a pry bar to pry open a door, and then you would see a lot of like indentation or pry marks around typically the latch, where you would apply that force of a crowbar or some type of pry bar. Sometimes the latch also breaks, but then there's also some damage to the frame where the pry bar would be engaged at.
Based on your training and experience, Investigator Bosenberg, did you form an opinion as to whether or not there were any signs of forced entry to this back door?
I did not see any of those signs on this door.
The back door was not the only point of entry or exit from this home, correct?
Correct.
During your investigation, did you happen to observe the other doors to the residence?
Yes.
Did you, on any of the entrance exit doors to the residence, observe any signs of forced entry?
No.
Did you also, during your investigation of this home, go through and make observations related to the windows?
Yes.
When reviewing the
I'm not sure why it looks like
windows
it's
or looking at the
nighttime in the
windows,
courtroom.
was there any sign of
Maybe the lights
forced
are off.
entry on any of the windows?
No.
Investigator Bosenberg, anywhere in the house, was there any sign or anything that indicated to you that entry into this home was forced in any way?
No.
I think they have the lights off for the presentation of the pictures. Yeah, thanks, Ashley. That was my guess, and I think I guessed right. Super dark.
States Exhibit 83.
That red light
same
is the
door
microphone
that we
showing
see
it's
in,
on.
82.
Yes.
Just what were you attempting to capture in this photograph?
This is just a different angle, covering more of the inside portion of the door.
And again, no damage seen in this photograph?
No.
No damage is found?
Sorry, yeah, no damage.
7, it's a little weak. I'm going to try to boost it just a tiny bit.
I'm going to show you a series of photos beginning with States Exhibit 84, and intentionally I'm going to go through them in a more rapid succession.
Is that a little better?
In States Exhibits 84 through 93, is there a man depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And is that man you?
Yes.
Can you tell us who was taking the photographs?
Investigator Hardin was taking these photographs.
And can you explain or describe the location from which she's taking those photos?
So she is
there may be bodies
behind
in these
the L-shaped
pictures.
couch in the same area where the shell casings were located.
Can you tell us, Investigator Bosenberg, or describe to us the purpose between taking this series of photographs?
Yes, so with the shell casings being located behind the couch and the trajectory rod kind of pointing in that same general direction, in the location that we found Jan Jackson, we wanted to kind of show maybe a vantage point of what the view might have been like from behind the couch to a person walking down the stairs.
As you walked down the stairs, was there a period where coming down the stairs, you were unable to see the vantage point behind the couch?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many steps coming down the stairs it took before you were able to see that vantage point?
They took
I wanna say I was on
500 still
approximately the
images
fourth
instead
stair,
of shooting a video.
Plus
This
or
is funny.
minus where my head popped below,
Trigger warning.
like the framing.
There are
and was
bodies
able
on the
to,
floor. They will be shown.
visibly see the couch area behind the couch.
There is some blood visible.
Looking at State's Exhibit 94, similarly, were there photographs taken coming down the stairs?
Yes.
And coming down the stairs, do you recall approximately where Investigator Harden held her camera?
I don't. I know she's shorter than I am. And we have mirrorless cameras, so we typically will look at the display screen instead of looking through the viewfinder of the camera.
Exhibits 94
So Tish, we're all sort of just catching up here.
through 97.
We just watched the opening statements.
Are those
and now we're watching,
photographs
sort of picking up right in the middle
of
of trials.
Investigator Harden coming down the stairs?
Yes, these are the photos that Investigator Harden took coming down the stairs.
And the man depicted in those photographs on the other side of the couch, is that you?
Yes.
And are you standing in the approximate location of where you found the shell casings, CRPD evidence 5, 6, 7, and 8?
Yes.
And is that the location in which the trajectory rod from evidence marker 17, the hole in the wall, pointed?
Yes.
Investigator Bosenberg, if you can flip now and look at State's Exhibits 98 through 102.
Trying to see from the pictures is flipping through if we have to blur out a little bit, and it looks like we might.
Okay.
We'll pan back a little bit. You guys can see them. Need some more water?
Investigator Bosenberg, after having had an opportunity to look at Exhibits 98 through 102, do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
Are those photos pictures that were taken of the scene in the bedroom of Sabrina Jackson?
Yes.
And were they taken over the duration of the 4-day period where you and Investigator Harden were there and processed the scene?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the scene as you found it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit Exhibits 98 through 102.
Mr. Johnson, you're over there now, but that's fine.
Your Honor, no objections to 98 through 101.
Is he in the back of the courtroom?
All right. At this time, then, State's Exhibits 98 through 102 are admitted.
And may I have permission to publish those exhibits?
You may.
Tish, thank you
Maybe
so much
speed
for
us
the
up.
gifted
I'm
memberships.
assuming you're going to want to publish all of your exhibits after they're admitted?
I am, Judge.
All right. We'll just move to that.
The winners were Gene P., Sweet Faces, Edward Foster, Lady Tricia Lawyer, and Casey Jones. You all have Tish to thank for a gift membership.
Investigator
Thank you so much,
Bosenberg,
Tish.
looking
Appreciate
first at Exhibit 98, can you tell us from what vantage point this photograph is taken?
Yes, from the entryway to Sabrina's room, we'd be facing east.
Was there anything specific in this photograph that you were attempting to capture?
It's kind of a general overall photo, but we do have an evidence marker, number 19.
And evidence 19, would you agree, is kind of seen dead center in the photograph?
Yes.
Looking at State's Exhibit 99, can you tell us what this photograph is?
It's the Iron Giant
This is
movie.
a close-up of number 19, which is a spent shell casing.
New members, if you type !seat in chat, you get to move right to the front row and get a much better view.
Initially, Investigator Bosenberg, when you went in and took photographs in this bedroom, how many shell casings did you find initially?
Our initial search resulted in 1.
And when you found that shell casing, had you at that time also had an opportunity to view Sabrina Jackson's body in the state that it was laying in the bed?
Yes.
And we might be seeing
Initially, how many times did you believe, based on the shell casing and the injury that you saw, did you believe that Sabrina Jackson had been shot?
Yes, so prior to any manipulation of the scene, we just noted 1 gunshot wound.
And the visible gunshot wound that you saw was to what part of her body?
Her left eye.
During the processing of the scene, does there come a point where the bodies found, the decedent's bodies are removed from the scene?
Yes.
After Sabrina Jackson's body was removed from this bedroom, did you find anything additional?
Yes.
And can you tell us, looking at State's Exhibit 100, what you are focusing on in this photograph?
This is, again, from that same vantage point, but highlighting item number 37.
In this photograph, it appears that the bedding and Sabrina Jackson have been removed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Zooming in on Evidence Tent 37 and State's Exhibit 101, is this a shell casing?
Yes.
And would you consider this a spent round?
Yes.
Can you account for how that shell casing got there?
No.
Is it possible that when the body was moved, it could have fallen out of the bedding?
It could be a possibility, yes.
Would you agree that on the first day that you processed this bedroom, that there was no shell casing behind that teddy bear?
Correct.
So somewhere during the period or during the time when things were being moved and the body was being removed, the other shell casing was there?
Yes, at some point through that process.
Now, I believe they did not fingerprint the shell casings, which is interesting because they generally hold a fingerprint very well.
Moving on then to State's Exhibit 102. Can you tell us what we are focusing on in this photograph, Investigator Bosenberg?
This is Sabrina Jackson laying in her bed as we found her.
There is also an evidence tent in the top portion of this exhibit. Can you tell us what that tent 2 depicted?
Yes, that would be her cell phone.
So they might be showing a picture here that's pretty graphic. Light lady's doing her job.
If you would look at the photographs in the binder 103 through 116.
And she has to have her arm up there like all day long, right? Yeah, that would explain why they're on there. It'd be interesting if they found any others, though. They said they found unidentified fingerprints on the firearm itself.
Okay.
Do you recognize the photos in those exhibits?
I do.
Do you recognize those photos as photographs that were taken during the processing of the master bedroom
Yes.
during the 4-day period that the scene at 44 Oakleaf Court Northeast was processed?
Yes.
And the photographs that are taken, do they fairly and accurately depict the scene or the condition of the bedroom?
Yes.
May I publish? Oh, I'm sorry. May I ask for those to be admitted first?
Any objection, Mr. Johnson? No. All right.
Okay, I'm going to make them small here for a little bit.
Then,
I don't know how bad they are.
exhibits,
If they're really gruesome, we're not
103
going to
through 116 are admitted.
Thank you.
show everything now. She's going to publish.
Investigator Bosenberg, in State's Exhibit 103, can you tell us the vantage point from which this photograph is being taken?
Yes, we're looking inside of the master bedroom from the hallway.
And the railing or banister to the right, can you tell us what's on the other side of this railing or banister?
To the right of that would be the stairway
Stairs.
to the basement.
So just at the top of the stairs?
Correct.
In exhibits, well, zooming in on State's Exhibit 104, what are we looking at here?
This is items 23 through 25, which
These are all
are
going to be shell
22
casings.
caliber spent shell casings.
The gun that was used expels spended cartridges straight down. So that's why this is important, because when they find the shell
State's
casings,
Exhibit 105,
that's basically
what
where
are
the
we
gun
seeing?
was shot, or very near to
Close-up
that.
of
A lot of other
22.
guns, if they do a side eject, it can throw the shell quite a
Exhibit
distance.
106.
Close-ups of casings 24 and 25.
Can you tell us, Investigator Bosenberg, did you have an opportunity to observe those spent shell casings?
Yes.
Similarly, did you have an opportunity to observe the 2 spent shell casings you found in Sabrina Jackson's bedroom?
Yes.
Speaking first of the shell casings found in Sabrina Jackson's bedroom, were you able to determine what type of shell casing they were?
Federal?
They were also stamped with the Remington R.
Remington. Okay.
And the caliber?
22.
Yep,
Were
22
the
caliber.
shell casings found in Sabrina Jackson's bedroom consistent with the shell casings you found behind the couch in the downstairs living room?
Yes.
And consistent with the shell casings and the bullet found around Jan Jackson's body?
Yes.
Consistent with the bullets found on the fireplace?
Yes.
The shell
So,
casings
a 22
seen
bullet
so
is
far
very
in
small.
exhibits 104, 105, 106.
They're commonly used for
from
target
the
practice.
master bedroom.
They're
Are
very
those
inexpensive
also
compared to
Remington-
other rounds.
Remington model shell casings.
Yes.
And just
Were
a
they
fun
also
fact, you
22
can
caliber?
get them in 3 different lengths.
And were these
So
consistent
the same
with
diameter.
the shell casings found
You
in
could have
Sabrina
22
Jackson's
short,
bedroom?
a 22 long rifle, and a 22
all of
Magnum.
the shell casings found
all
in
which
the
are
living
the
room?
same diameter bullet, but just a longer
Yes.
shell with more or
Downstairs
less
living room, I
powder.
apologize.
These ones that you're seeing
Yes.
here are the medium size or the long rifle
And
size.
consistent with the non-fired rounds by Jan Jackson's body and on the fireplace.
Yes.
Yeah, there's some smaller ones, but these are pretty small, and it's a very common gun for those that aren't in the U.S. This
In
would be
State's
the
Exhibit
type of gun you would
107,
teach a
can you
child
tell
to
us
use to shoot.
what we are seeing in this photograph?
Commonly fired in scouting
Yes, this is a
programs.
kind of an overall photograph of where we found Melissa Jackson, and then also item number 26, and then on the top you can also see item number 3.
Starting first with item number 3, what is that tent depicting?
That is a cell phone.
And in item 26, what are we seeing in this photograph?
This is just a closer up photo of number 26, which is a 22 caliber shell casing.
Just to be clear, when you're looking at the tent marker number 26, there's some specs on that. Would you agree?
That is correct.
Would you agree that those specs have nothing to do with this crime scene? It's just your tent marker stained?
Yes, that was painted on there at some other time. That's a
Yep, and a lot of target practice. Okay.
The shell casing seen in Exhibit 108.
That was the investigator's
marked
legs
as
for some reason.
26. Is that also a 22 Remington shell casing?
yes.
In State's Exhibit 109, can you tell us what we're viewing in this photograph?
Yeah, this is the bed in that master bedroom, kind of showing the pillows, and we also have some green stickers on this photo notating where some like bullet holes were.
I don't know what color this, cream-colored pillow I'm circling, is that the same pillow shown in State's
We're watching
Exhibit 10?
Law and Crime
Yes.
Speed, and they're trying not to show bodies.
Green ruler sticker
And so we
used.
that's
is
what
that
we're
to
seeing.
measure this
I'm
hole?
also trying not to show
Yes.
bodies, so
Did
hopefully
you
we'll show a
form
little less
a-
than Law and Crime did.
Form an opinion as to the cause of this hole?
Presume the cause was from the fired .22 caliber rounds.
So it's a bullet hole?
Yes.
No explanation on the legs,
And
I
Ms.
speed
Slaughter,
drifter,
just so we're
but
clear
I
for
can
the record,
guess
think
the
you said
latter,
State's
or
Exhibit
the
10.
first.
Did you mean 110?
I definitely mean 110. I'm not sure what I
This
said.
case is Iowa versus
Thank you,
Alexander
Your Honor.
Jackson. He's accused
In
of killing his three
State's
family
Exhibit
members.
111, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This one's a little harder to see, but that again is what we denote as a bullet hole through the pillow covering.
And this large black item seen in 111, is that the same large black pillow up against the headboard in Exhibit 109?
It's like a body pillow type thing.
Looking at State's Exhibit 112, there are 3 green stickers on this pillow. Is that correct?
Yes.
On this black pillow, does each of those green stickers designate a bullet hole?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 113, what are we looking at?
I've lost count of the bullet
We're
holes so
looking
far.
at
I think we're over
holes
11
in the
already.
headboard of the bed.
And
And this
11's how many
headboard,
the
would
gun
that
held.
be directly behind that large black pillow?
Yes.
I think
Can you describe for us what is seen and
one was
shown
clearly
or
not in
demonstrated
bed.
in State's Exhibit 114?
Yes, we put some wooden rods through those bullet holes to show the approximate flight path of the bullets that contacted the headboard.
And when you used those rods in the headboard, can you tell us, first, did you form an opinion as to the directionality that those bullets came from?
Yes.
And where was that location?
From closer to the bedroom doorway, kind of in the location where the shell casings were located.
That initial group?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 15, can you tell us first what room we're in the house?
We're now in the living room in the upstairs.
On the primary floor?
Correct.
And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 15?
This photo is showing the location of those 3 holes that we saw on the headboard. They'd come through the drywall on the opposite side. So the headboard sits on the opposite side of this wall that we're looking at.
This is Iowa versus Alexander
And Exhibit
Jackson.
16, does,
Triple murder.
116, does that zoom in on this area of 115 that I'm circling with my cursor?
Yes, he's accused of killing family members. It's the son
This
accused of killing
item
his sister
sticking out
and
of
two
one of the
parents, and
holes,
to both parents.
Is that one of those wooden rods you referred to?
Yeah, that's one of our metal trajectory rods.
They may have some graphic photos on here. We're trying not to show them, but stuff gets shown. So just trigger warning.
Will you,
may see people who
Investigator Bosenberg,
are deceased.
open that book up and look at 117 and 118 of State's exhibits?
Light lady. Aziz, light. How can you see the pictures without turning the lights on?
Okay.
Do you recognize the image depicted?
Yes.
And can you tell us briefly what that image is?
This is a Costco the Hearing Aid Center appointment card for Melissa.
Was that appointment card found during processing of evidence at this address?
Yes.
And
I'm glad you got that reference, Katrina.
Are those two images fair and accurate depictions of that appointment card?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's exhibits 117 and 118.
Kelly, according to defense,
Johnson, any
he's
objection?
He's a Eagle Scout
then States
band
Exhibits
member,
117
favorite son,
and 118 are admitted, and you may go
everything.
ahead and publish.
According to prosecution, he was a little bit of a lazy butt and did not want to get a job when his parents told him to. Didn't want to move on with life.
Investigator
Failure to launch, I
Bosenberg,
guess.
The State's Exhibit 117, is that the front of that appointment card that you referenced?
Yes.
And in 118, is that the back of it?
Yes.
On the back of that appointment card, as shown in Exhibit 118, whose appointment card is that?
Melissa.
And what was the date of that
Hey,
appointment
Debbie, I
scheduled?
hope things are going
June
well. I know you've got
15th.
some stuff going on. If there's anything we can
And
do
the
to
time?
help,
10 a.m.
thoughts and prayers are with you.
And so, can you tell us, I don't know if you said this, but will you tell us where this appointment was for?
For the Costco Hearing Aid Center.
He's confused by the question. It's like, you've already said so. He was 20 when he committed the crimes, allegedly.
Investigator Bosenberg, based on your training and experience, is it typical to see shell casings grouped as tightly as they are in the master bedroom?
I suppose it depends on the type of firearm.
Good answer.
It would be firing the gun or the casings.
It would be typical from this type of gun.
When you say depends on the type of firearm, tell me why you say that.
So in this particular rifle ejects the casings in a downward motion. A lot of, I would say the majority of firearms eject casings to the right side of the firearm. Some are upwards to the right or to the right. This particular one fires them in a downward motion.
Okay. And so when you say most firearms eject them to the right, is it also true that most firearms eject from the top of the weapon?
The top or the side. Some rifles will eject straight to the right. Some are kind of at an upward angle.
So the evidence shows he was probably
And
standing
you've
still and shooting
shot-
from a fixed position.
Well, how many?
Not
Have you
fixed,
shot a
not
lot
like
of guns
anchored, but standing
Yes.
and shooting.
of all types?
The defendant should be there. I haven't seen him on the camera yet.
Handguns,
Yes.
revolvers,
Not as many revolvers.
rifles,
Yes.
shotguns?
Yes.
Okay.
Bazookas. Ask the bazooka question.
Typically, when firing a top or side ejecting
Yes, Douglas. It was a
weapon,
Browning rifle. It's sort of like
have
a
you seen the ejected shell casings
like a
be
20.
dispersed
It's
sometimes
it was a
several feet away
a
from one
rear
another?
load. So it was like it was when you put the shell's bullet or tip first in through a port on the butt of the gun, and then there's also a rod that attaches on the butt of the gun that spring loads and pushes everything in place. It was bottom eject. And it's a fairly common Browning rifle. It's not the most common .22 rifle, but it's fairly common. They're acting like it was some unique gun that nobody else has ever seen.
Will you flip back into that binder and
with the blood
give a
splatter
look
that they
at
talked about
what's
in the
previously been
defense
marked as
opening
States
statements?
Exhibits 119,
There's not going to be a lot of
120,
blood
121.
splatter with a .22 bullet. It makes a very small hole going in, and you can see from the wounds. I think there was very little blood splatter anywhere.
Yes.
You recognize
They
those
bled,
photographs?
but that's it.
I do.
Were they also taken during
It's
the
an expensive gun.
processing
Yes,
of
they run
$4414
$1,000 or so,
Oak Leaf Court
depending on the
Northeast?
model. You
Yes.
get, which is
And what room
on
were
the
those
high end for a
photographs taken
22.
in?
These are in Alexander Jackson's bedroom.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what you found in that bedroom?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves to have Exhibits 119, 120, and 121 admitted.
Mr. Johnston, any objection? All right. No objection. The States Exhibits 119, 120, and 121 are admitted, and you may publish.
Thank you, Judge.
Lights. There we go. She's doing a good job.
Investigator Bosenberg, looking at States Exhibit 119, can you tell us the vantage point from which this photograph was taken?
Yes, this photo was taken just inside the doorway of Alexander Jackson's bedroom, kind of showing the floor, specifically like item number 18.
And can you tell us, in relation to Sabrina Jackson's bedroom, where this bedroom is?
Yes, so Sabrina Jackson's bedroom is, in this photo, would be to the left. So there's the desk we're looking at on the left side of the photo. Then there's a wall, and then on the other side of that wall is Sabrina's room.
And in this photograph, you have evidence tent 18, is that correct?
Yes.
Looking at States Exhibit 120, is this a zoomed-in photograph of evidence tent 18?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is a belt.
Was there a reason that a photograph of this belt was taken?
Yes.
What was that reason?
Alexander had mentioned that he had used this belt as like a tourniquet in his bedroom.
And looking at States Exhibit 121, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photo?
This is the belt clasp to the belt.
And this
That's
stain,
a footprint.
how would you describe this stain below the belt clasp?
Blood with a like kind of a footprint impression.
Get the close-up. Here we go. Get ready for lunch. There's some blood splatter, a tiny bit.
Looking at the same exhibit, but zoomed in, do you see red markings on this bottom bed spring?
Yeah, let me see if
Yes.
I can find a
On the
comment I can
sheet?
pin here.
Yes.
And on the wheel of the frame?
Yes.
Make my own. Hang on.
Do you see dark markings on the other portions of the frame?
Yes.
And during your investigation, were you able to determine what those dark markings are?
They appear to be blood to us.
The clasp that you referred to, is that this silver object that I'm circling?
Yes.
And so that clasp came from the belt shown in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
I think this is where he did it. Let's pin this message.
The
There we go.
firearm
Good idea. Thanks for
that was seen laying next to Jan Jackson, if I recall your testimony, you said that it was a .22 caliber Browning rifle.
Yes.
Yes, this
What
is
does
the trial
Browning
agent.
mean?
That's the manufacturer of the rifle.
Browning has a manufacturing facility in Utah, by the way. I think up around Morgan area. They make really high quality guns.
The rifle that was next to Jan Jackson, was that collected as evidence?
Yes.
And when I say collected, can you describe what I mean by collected?
So originally it was photographed in place, and then we eventually packaged it in some packaging material to transport back to the station for further processing.
And so you actually take it
The
from
murders
scene.
were 2 years ago.
Yes.
So the defendant is 22 now. He was 20 at the time of the murders were committed. The Utah has a state gun that's made by Browning. It's the 1911.
Currently zip tied to the box. Do you recognize the rifle shown in State's Exhibit 155?
I do.
And where do you recognize this rifle from?
That would be the rifle that we collected from the scene.
The rifle that was laying next to Jan Jackson?
Yes.
I'll take a look at the body cam footage first, and we might be able to show that because that will make more sense.
Any objection, Mr. Johnson? All right, without objection, then, State's Exhibit 155 is admitted.
Your Honor, do you have any objection to me leaving 155 with Investigator Wilsonberg at this time?
I do not.
Looking also at the exhibits in the binder marked 122 through 129, do you recognize those?
I do.
The photographs in those exhibits what are they?
They're photographs that I would have taken at our crime scene lab.
And are those photographs photos that are taken of the firearm next to you?
Yes.
Are the photographs fair and accurate depictions of that firearm?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit exhibits 122 through 129.
Any objection? All right, then State's Exhibits 122 through 129 are now admitted, and you may publish.
Investigator Bosenberg, based on the processing of this firearm that you did, were you able to conclude whether or not the firearm
No death penalty
shown
here.
in these photographs and in Exhibit
Little
155
miss, I think it's a no.
was the firearm that killed Jan, Melissa, and Sabrina Jackson?
You may.
There's an
You wanna
objection
come
from the
over,
back
though,
of the
please,
courtroom.
do that from your seat with the microphone.
Capital punishment's been abolished in Iowa since 1965.
Good morning, Mr. Bosenberg.
Good morning.
You are not a trained person in firearms identification, are you?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
You've received no expert training in firearms
No worries,
identification,
little miss.
have you?
We've got a lot of cases we're following. You especially.
Yes. When you say like identification, like of what would you be referring to?
Like looking at a weapon that's been fired, looking at the shell casing and making a comparison between the casing and whether or not it came from a certain gun. You don't do that, right?
We would do a triage of that, but not like an in-depth analysis.
Right. That's not your job, right?
No.
You have people at the DCI, the Iowa Department of Criminal Investigation, whose job that is, correct?
Yes, the DCI does have, like trained firearms examiners.
And one of them would be Mr. Murillo, is that right?
Correct.
And what's his first name?
Mr.
Don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. But there are experts at the Department of Criminal Investigation in Iowa whose job it is to compare ammunition that's been fired or shell casings with weapons, correct?
Yes.
Scientifically, right?
Yes.
And make a determination whether or not that shell casing came from that weapon.
Yes.
Okay. You are not that guy.
No.
You're not that guy.
Your Honor, I would object to this witness giving an opinion as to whether or not
That's a good
this
soundbite.
gun was the same gun that fired the ammunition that was found at the scene.
On the existing record, I'm going to sustain that objection. Go ahead, Ms. Slaughter.
Investigator Bosenberg, can you tell us what NIBIN is?
Yes, NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistic Identification Network. It's a program by the ATF that Cedar Rapids has adopted, that the police department has adopted around 2020.
When you say it's a program that was adopted, what is that program designed to do?
So that program is intended to be able to, let me back up. The program it deals with shell casings. So when a shell casing, or when a bullet fires a casing, it ejects the casing. The firing pin leaves a mark on the shell casing. So NIBIN, through the ATF, is a database where all these shell casings are entered into, and then they're searched within the system to help find potential matches to other potential shell casings. And we also test fire guns, and then when we test fire a gun, we take the shell casing from our known test fire and also put that in the database for the database to match up or link, correlate handguns with shell casings or rifles with shell casings.
So generally, if you go to a crime scene and there are shell casings left at the crime scene, do you then take images and enter images of the shell casing into the NIBIN database?
Yes, we will pick like one casing from a representative sample to represent a sample and put that one shell casing into the database.
It's interesting they let him testify even though he says
shell
this isn't
casing
his
from
job.
a representative sample, if in that crime scene 10 bullets or 10 shell casings were laying there, you would confirm that they were fired from the same weapon and only put one in, right?
So yeah, we would look at the shell casings, and there's a few different factors we would look at. We would
It's actually a
number one,
light.
look at kind of the branding.
It'll turn on and off. It'll show if the
they all
mic's
the same
hot.
brand. Obviously, caliber is a huge indication because a gun will typically only fire one caliber of bullet. So we'll kind of group them. If you have multiple different calibers, then that's
Yeah,
an
Christy,
indication
that's what
that
we're
you might
hearing
have
the
multiple
motive
guns.
may be.
So we'll kind of do a triage
Allegedly.
on some of those different factors, and then once we have groupings of potential piles of guns, then we will put one from each set into the database.
And the shell casings that you enter into the database are ran against shell casings from where?
So our database is the whole kind of like Midwestern area, Iowa, Illinois, Nebraska is our database. So all the casings of departments that use the NIBIN program are ran against that set of data.
And you mentioned a firing pin impression that's left on a shell casing. Can you explain to us what a firing pin impression is?
Sure. So we talked about earlier, the firing pin from like a rifle would press into the backside of the casing, leaving an indentation in the metal, which ignites the process of firing the bullet. And then on semi-automatic firearms, the bullet gets extracted, so that process also leaves some markings on the metal that the ATF has studied and uses in their algorithm to try to link up casings from different areas.
Are there other marks on the shell casing that are examined or looked at when looking for confirmatory results or matching shell casings?
So typically in like casing, you would look kind of at three different key characteristics. You look at the firing pin impression, the breech face markings, which is what just the whole flat surface of that firing pin area. And then we would also look for kind of ejector markings, but you don't see those in the NIBIN database the extractor. You have extractors and ejectors. So in a semi-automatic weapon, once that firing pin has dented the metal and shoots out the bullet, there's another piece of metal. Well, the gun starts moving back to eject it, and there's usually a piece of metal on the side. So when that casing's coming back, it hits that metal, and when it hits that metal, that's what ejects it out of the firearm.
They're making this process so complicated.
Semi-automatics, you'll usually have another
Last quote, I did hear that about Koberger on Instagram.
And then there's also a third one, the
over and
extractor
over.
mark, which is on the side of the casing, is what actually grabs the casing and pulls it back to hit the ejector to eject it out of the firearm.
In a situation where you have been to a crime scene and are actually able to recover the weapon, do you generally, and I'll talk more about it in detail, but
Is that
you
a
generally
full-length
test fire
insert
that
or
weapon?
just the chamber?
Yes.
When you test firing
Charlie.
that weapon, are you also collecting shell casings that would be ejected during the test fire?
Yes.
Is one or was one of your responsibilities when you would process evidence as part of the crime scene unit to compare firing pin impressions from shells
Thanks
that
for
were
everything.
recovered from
Love
a
your
scene
calm in these
to
storms.
firing pin
Happy good
impressions
Lord give
from
his
your
back.
known
I've been
firearm?
watching so much RA, I'm
Yeah,
out
we'll
of the loop.
typically look at all the shell casings.
Hello, Kitty. Thank you so much for that.
In this specific case, did you
Hopefully this will be a
compare
more fun case
shell
to watch than the
casings
previous one.
from the crime scene to shell casings from
Happy
your
for
test
good
fire?
logic as well.
They were viewed. We tried to handle these casings as minimally as possible. And again, while viewing them, we kind of grouped them in one group because they were all the same brand. They were all 22 caliber Remington shell casings. They all had the same shape of a firing pin impression. It's a rim fire, which means that the impression's on the side of the rim of the casing. There's a few different shapes that you can have in the 22 caliber.
As he's ranting on, I want to talk to Charlie just for a second.
But these all had the
Charlie,
same
that barrel
style
insert
of shape on
that lets you fire other size
face
rounds.
with the
Obviously,
firing
it's
pin area.
smaller
So
diameters.
when a firing pin strikes,
Don't you lose a lot of
the breech
accuracy
face
with
of
that? Because you're
the shell
basically not having the
casing,
contact
it
full
can
length
leave
of the
different
barrel.
shapes.
Yes, based on the shape of the firing pin.
Some are elliptical,
Yes.
some are round.
Yes.
What other shapes are you familiar with seeing on there?
Sometimes in the rim fires, you'll have more of a square impression that is left. But yeah, you'll have like a square impression or a
And did
oval.
you, I apologize. Did you have an opportunity to view firing pin impressions on the shells that were recovered from the scene and the shells that were recovered from your test fire?
Yes.
Based on that, did you form an opinion as to whether or not those firing pin impressions were the same?
Your Honor, I make the same objection at this time. And if I may voir dire the witness again very briefly.
You may.
Thank you.
So now defense is going to ask
Bosenberg,
quick questions.
When you submit these into to NIBIN, do they generate a report then?
They do.
All right. And did you do that, or did Investigator Harden do that?
I am not sure. I believe she might have done the submission on this one, but I would have to check the report to.
And have you had an opportunity prior to your testimony today to review that report from NIBIN?
I did review it, yes.
All right. And do you feel like you are competent to interpret that information from NIBIN?
Are you competent?
I could interpret what the report says.
All right. And you have a copy of that report, do you not?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll withdraw my objection.
All right. Then do we
This
need the
guy's
question
so
read back at
frustrated.
this point?
Please.
It's challenging his authority on answering these questions.
Question based on that, did you form an opinion as to whether or not those firing pin impressions were the same?
Yes, they all had the same. They looked similar, had similar characteristics.
And based on your investigation, did you form an opinion as to whether or not the firearm seen in Exhibit 155 was the firearm used in the deaths of Sabrina, Melissa, and Jan Jackson?
Same objection, Your Honor, as to the same firearm. The witnesses stated that they had similar characteristics.
The objection's overruled. You can answer the question.
Yes.
And what's your opinion? Is that the gun that killed those three people?
Yes.
Okay, so you can say similar characteristics. I'm not sure if this gentleman is the right person to just testify to what he just said, based on his area of expertise.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10:30.
It is 10:30.
So I think this is a good time to take our mid-morning break. So we'll
Breaks are good.
resume again at about 10:45. give or take a minute or two. And I would remind you again of the admonition that I've given you previously, and see you shortly.
All rise.
Okay, so they're going to wrap up there, have a little bit of break. He didn't say when we're coming back, right? 10 or 15 minutes? Wasn't paying attention. I guess now's a good time to try to catch up on what's happened so far. I have not found the body camera footage that's been edited. Let's see. Alexander.
Go ahead and have a seat. Just before we take a break, just confirming or checking anything you need? No. Yep. Anything you need, Mr. Johnson?
Okay, I think I got it here.
All right.
There's graphic content censored here, so we're going to switch to this right here. Hang on.
We got ammo out here.
This is all they show. It's basically all blurred out.
Yep. This all needs to be cleared out, though. We got a door here. Who's this down here? Hey. Who are you? Is that your dad? What happened? What happened?
He came down. There was a man.
Who shot your dad? Who else is here?
My sister.
She's back?
Yeah, she's in her room.
Is she okay?
I think so.
What's her name?
Sabrina?
Is that a room right there? Sabrina! You already got this behind us?
I think the camera's mounted on the furnace.
Well, it's a deep launch, right?
So everything's censored
Sea
out.
Rabbits, please! Alright. Third victim. Third victim? Yeah. Yeah. You're good there. 115, we have 3 victims. We're going to go. At least 3 ambulances.
There's very little you can see here.
Barber, come in front of me. You come in front of me, Barber. Yeah. Brown, you go help Kaczynski, and then we'll take you upstairs. I'll start here. Police department! Stand up if you're here!
So there's
Hey, Sarge, come out here. So. Go with Barber, back him up. I'm holding these rooms. Plus. Of course, a plus.
Micah, it's a rifle, but it shoots a very small.
No! We're clearing the house!
It shoots a very small.
These guys tell fire to back up. They're trying to come through the front door. We're clearing this house.
Oh my goodness.
Come on up the top of the stairs. Over here has not been cleared yet. Okay. Okay. So. Sea Rapids Police, if anyone's inside, sound off now. Police department.
Dog's excited.
Second
I think they said fourth,
be the wife. Yep.
fourth victim. And that's censored out as well.
Okay. Doors open in the back. To the bathroom. Doors open to the 692. We have a fourth
Dog is
victim.
very. It's a beautiful home, yeah.
Bedroom. Alright. Tim, you're coming through on here, doorway.
The dog wants to hunt.
Clear right here. Okay, so Hey, we got him. Is anybody down tending to him? He's over by Dad now in the firearm. No.
Hey, stop moving!
This just really shows how
Okay, him
chaotic
with an ambulance.
the scene was.
There's not a third floor. There's nothing more further?
Not that I know of.
This is all clear back here? Yeah.
That's all been cleared?
And the basement's been completely cleared, right? Garage is cleared.
Yeah.
We did
Garage,
that,
yep. Whatever was broke up in the basement, we'll call that.
Where was Mom in here?
Mom's laying right in here.
Where's she shot at?
I'm guessing the head because there's blood on the pillow.
So we got, the whole house has been cleared, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
Corey, what's Corey?
Not sure why he's putting the gloves on now.
DOA, one is injured.
I don't know how the police were notified.
Yep. I'm going to go out the front door with
Maybe,
Corsa,
yeah,
put her
yo,
away.
he called 911.
Fire in the area, come around back.
Okay, so that's pretty much the gist of it, I think. Guess we can show a little bit of the outside. Nice neighborhood, nice lawn.
Go to the back. They're bringing one subject out the back door who's injured. Okay. One guy. We got
one patient?
We got one
Engine
injured.
4 and Adam 39.
Okay.
PD was like...
Said 1 injured, 3 DOA. Hey, Jenny, we're all late to this trial. We started picking it up today. Yeah, they censor it because otherwise they get demonetized. So we've got a little bit more here.
Brown, why don't you go with your down?
Yes, you're right. Alexander called 911 because we do have that call we'll get to here eventually.
Nothing on you're not supposed to have? Okay. I just want to make sure that everybody's safe. There's a possibility that I can't turn it up.
Okay. Alex, what's your date of birth? Okay.
I get a shout out, says Roger. Gray Wrench Mods in the house.
2000.
So that's the suspect, and
20, right? Yeah.
it's 20.
All right.
What hospital are you going to?
I don't know.
You prefer or
I don't care.
what?
I'll take him to Luke's.
Luke's? Okay.
That's probably closer. I'm up here, and then Tim Mike's gonna follow him down the first line.
692, you're at 800.
Year-old son that was shot in the foot is being transported by area to St. Luke's right now.
Tom, yes, I see the photo. We showed a little video briefly of that. Just clearing the house one more time, a little more thoroughly.
3 obvious, and then the 20-year-old is injured to the foot, I believe.
We did show this photo, or we showed the video, but that is that's the same gun. It's a very nice gun. They're not cheap. AJ, I agree. I think he shot himself as an alibi, to sort of
10-4.
cement his alibi. Don't think it's going to hold. He said there was a masked man that came in and shot him, then ran away. He was sleeping on the porch, and now it's daylight. What time did the crime occur? I don't know that off the top of my head yet. We're still listening. Yeah, everyone else got shot in the head, and he got shot in the foot. Everyone else was killed. He was not, and the suspect left the gun.
We have confirmed all 3. Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. They've confirmed all three. That means everybody's dead, basically. All right, that's the body cam footage. So got a salute from Roger. Good to have you here, Roger. He said there was an intruder that did it. He said initially there was a black guy dressed in black with green shoes that shot him in the foot, and then he was able to get the gun away from him, and the guy ran away. And the guy didn't appear on any of the Ring doorbell footage, front or back of the house. The dog also did not alert on him or the presence of him for a trail. No video shows anyone else in the neighborhood. Yeah. He thinks he's getting away with it in the house and the money to himself. They did have an electric stretcher for anyone who's worked as a paramedic. That is a little lazy. It's slower than just hefting him himself. But he was a heavy guy. I mean, he's a big kid, 20-year-old kid. How come he's not cuffed? Probably because of the injury. And I think you heard the officers at the very beginning, Sinister Soldier, just say that there's a possibility he's. And I think at that point, the officers were saying this actually may be our suspect, not just a victim. Let's see. I went to type and knocked myself out of chat. Oh no, Debbie, glad to have you back. I'm already not buying Jackson's story. It's a little tough sell right now. We need some details that might solidify that for us. Let's see here. I'm going to switch up a little bit. I think we've got a live. We do. We've got a hot mic from the courtroom. Okay, let me shuffle this around. So 1, we're going to do 2. 2, we're going to do 4. And 3, we're going to do 1. How about that? There we go. Got everything the way I like it. Let's see. We're going to... Yeah, I'm seeing audio coming on 2. He's not a suspect as of the time of the video. I think the one officer was just like, hey, we might, he might be, and he sort of left it hanging. So we're not sure if he made a hand gesture or something to another officer. But I think that was my first indication that they thought something might be wrong here. Must have missed it and was behind, skipped forward. That's the gun I grew up shooting. Yeah, it's Tom sent me a picture of the very same gun that basically they're saying was used in this shooting. It is a common gun. It's a very nice gun. It's a high-end gun. A lot of people spend a lot less money on a gun that's very similar but not as accurate or as nice. Does anyone know what the motive could be? Sharon, we've heard that the parents had told him he needs to move out and get a job or something to that effect. We know he was enrolled in college or at least had been accepted into college. And he was in band. That's all we know. Let's see what type of gun. This is a semi-automatic Remington. Was it Remington? I believe it's a Remington 22. Let's see if I can show Tom's picture here. Just one second. The interesting part that the prosecution pointed out, and they pointed it out like it was something very unique, where it's different from some models, but it's not as unique as they tried to make it sound. Let's bring this down here. Okay. Trying to get the picture loaded. Just one second. It's not a good hot mic. I think this is just general chatter. Let's go ahead and switch to this. This is the firearm that Tom showed us here. And you can see on the left-hand side the back part, the big brown part on the back, they call it the butt of the gun. The butt of the gun goes up against your shoulder. The curved part just behind the trigger that's still brown, that's going to be your grip, where your hand goes, your finger goes on the trigger when you're ready to fire, obviously. And then the forward, the stock of the gun, the forward brown part is where your front grip would go to help aim, and then the barrel protrudes off to the right. The interesting part about this gun is on the butt of the gun, about halfway, right in the middle, there's a little mark, like a indentation. That's where you load this gun. You put the bullets in there, and they sort of shoot down a little slide. They drop down a little slide. You also have to pull out a rod from the back of the gun. Right if you look at the very back on the butt plate of the gun, there's a rod you sort of unscrew and pull out, and it's a giant spring, and you pull that rod out, and then the bullets can drop down into the magazine, basically, for the gun, and then you have to put that rod back in to shoot. Not the fastest to reload, but then once you do fire a round, that gray part on the bottom of the gun is where the spent shell would eject, and it would go straight down. So, Tom, thank you for that, for providing that for us. Yeah, we don't want to show the uncensored version. That would get me a good wallop from YouTube as well. Let's see. Thank you, Debbie. It's exciting to have that many people here. We've got. Can you boost the audio on? Do you want on the hot mic? Let me see what I can do here. It's going to be super loud if somebody starts talking. I'm turned all the way up on this. It's all the way cranked. This might just be people in the courtroom talking, just participants. I'm not hearing anything really, really interesting. A twin cornucopia clock. Yes, it is. Very fancy. I wonder if that has something to do with the Iowa logo, the cornucopia. Jackson's reminded me of Joel Guy Jr. He killed his parents because he didn't want to get a job. They found his mother's head in a pot of the stove. So bizarre. Oh, my goodness. Hope he enjoys his prison job. I don't think they can force him to work anymore, can they? This courtroom has a lot of hot mics. I watched the first 2 days last night. Oh, good. We'll watch for that, Tish. Are we coming back? I think that was the judge's voice I heard when he said, "Are we all ready?" The Remington 22 is a nice gun. Yes, it is. I've fired one myself. I really enjoyed it. I never owned one, but I owned a Ruger 1022. I've owned several Ruger 1022s. Bringing somebody back on the stand.
Oh, yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Here we go. This might be loud because I've got the volume cranked up. Turn it down just a tiny bit. I think the light switch lady was getting a little tired there towards the end of that clip. So that's unique about the gun, but they made a lot of these guns. So I guess this model is unique amongst 22 semi-automatics. But it's a common gun. This is day, where are we at? Are we at day 3? Maria, you and me both. It's frustrating that people think this is how to solve problems.
Okay, we are back on the record after our mid-morning break. Mr. Bosenberg is back at the stand, and sir, again, I would just remind you that you are still under oath.
Abe, we've pinned
And
the
with that,
information at
Ms.
the top of the
Slaughter,
chat.
you may resume your
Iowa
direct
versus
examination.
Alexander Jackson, triple murder trial. He's being charged with killing his mom, his dad, and his sister, and then shooting himself in the foot.
Investigator Bosenberg, in general, when you find a gun or firearm at a crime scene, do you do anything with that weapon at the crime scene in general?
Typically, we would photograph the weapon, and then we would put it in some packaging material to transport it back to the station after that.
In this case, was there anything additional done aside from packaging with the weapon at the crime scene?
Yeah, in this case, I added an additional step to that process. I actually, after we took photographs and had the evidence markers down by it, I took a couple DNA swabs from it before we handled the firearm at all.
Can you tell us why that was done, firstly, why it was done at the scene?
True, yeah, it's not all the time that we actually have a firearm located such close proximity to victims or in relation to the scene directly. So this time I wanted to capture some DNA from the firearm in an undisturbed state. There can always be a potential for disturbance just by the mere collection of an item. So I wanted to make sure that I had a DNA sample or potential sample from the very beginning without any disturbance to it.
When you attempt a DNA collection, can you tell us what you do?
Yes, so we use special sterile swabs and sterile water. So what the typical process is we'll put sterile water on a sterile swab, and then we'll swab an area to collect the DNA, and then that swab goes back into the container. They don't come in a big box of them. They come in a box, but each sleeve contains 2 DNA swabs. So they're sterile and separate from each. So they go back into that sleeve that we pulled it from, and then that goes into its own separate envelope.
What areas of the firearm did you swab?
Yeah, so on scene, I swabbed the trigger. I swabbed the grip behind the trigger, the textured area of the grip, and then what I would call like the foregrip where your forward hand would go in front of the trigger. I swabbed that, and then I swabbed one more area, but I would have to look at my notes again to see where that fourth one was from.
If you had an opportunity to review your notes, would you be able to recall what that fourth area was?
Yes.
Do you have your notes up there?
I do.
If you would take a chance to review those and let me know once you've had that opportunity.
Sure.
Does the lady behind him have any
All right,
other
yeah, the
work
fourth
to do?
one would have been, I wrote it down as the loading area on my evidence log, but at the time I misassumed where the actual loading area was on the firearm. So the fourth one was taken from like just forward of that trigger. The breech block is what it's officially called.
Can you tell us what it was about those 4 specific areas that you wanted to swab those at the scene?
Yes, so given the circumstances of the case, that the firearm more than likely been used right then and there, I swabbed the areas that I would have been a high probability that somebody would have touched in the commission of doing something with that firearm.
May I have the screen, Your Honor?
Should be up.
Investigator Bosenberg, looking at State's Exhibit 122, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photograph?
Yes, this is an overall of the full length of the right side of the rifle.
Compare that to this
And
right here.
where is...
This was taken in our crime scene lab.
It's basically the same gun.
State's Exhibit 123, can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
Yes, this is the right side of the stock of the rifle.
Matthew, we need you to send a
And
letter to Sarah
124?
Boone.
The midsection on the right side.
In State's Exhibit 124, is it visible any of the places that you just described as being one of those first 4 places that you swabbed?
Yes,
Can you use the laser pointer to show us
yes.
and describe the areas?
So the first area, the trigger, would be right here. Another area I collected from this textured portion of the grip, and then we can't quite fully see.
He's using the
well, I
mouse,
guess,
not the laser pointer.
One of the other areas was what I had called the loading area initially in my report in this little section right here.
And you said you were missing one. Is that secondary or that last place that you were missing visible in State's Exhibit 122?
Yes, so I took another one from the fore-end grip, which I describe as this place here. The textured area is where I swab for DNA.
What are we seeing in State's Exhibit 125?
So after we transported the firearm back to our lab, I took additional DNA swabs back in our lab also.
And the areas marked with these green stickers as E and F with the arrows, are those the areas that you would have specifically swabbed?
Yes.
I like the Ruger 1022 with a bull barrel. It's a little heavier, but very
Is
accurate.
126 those same stickers but from a different vantage point?
Yes.
Same with 127?
Yes.
And what are we seeing in 128?
This is just another angle of the trigger in that breech block area of this rifle.
And when you refer to the breech block, is that this metallic or silverish area that I'm encircling?
Correct.
And 129, what are we seeing in this photograph?
So this is a photo of that inside chamber area of the rifle, showing a round that is in the rifle.
Once you swabbed at the scene the rifle for DNA, what did you do with it next?
After we swabbed the rifle at the scene, it was then collected and put in some packaging material for transport back to the lab.
Just to be clear, when you are handling and or collecting or processing, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Once the DNA was collected on those swabs, what do you do with those swabs?
They're deposited into our evidence division for safekeeping until a decision's made in the future whether or not we send those to the state lab.
And some of the swabs that you took from the firearm, were those sent to the state lab?
Yes.
And upon being sent to the state lab, were they analyzed?
They were by the state lab, yes.
What, if any, results were returned regarding these DNA swabs
The light lady's job is enviable.
that you took from the firearm?
Yes, their results came back and said they either didn't find any DNA on the swabs or that the results were inconclusive.
Didn't find any DNA?
Did you receive a report back from DCI that memorialized their findings?
Yes.
And will you flip to Exhibit 152, 2-page document?
So it'll have to be me, Matthew. I'll have to contact her on my own.
Okay.
Is that the report that you received back from ACI?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit Exhibit 152.
Any objection? All right, then at this time, State's Exhibit 152 is admitted without objection.
This courtroom must be huge, like a football field. They're
Investigator
so
Bosenberg,
far
can you
away.
tell us, once you get back to the lab with the firearm, what do you do with it?
So once I got back to the lab, additional photographs were taken of the firearm. I took additional DNA samples from the firearm, and then I processed it for latent prints.
Can you walk us through the process for searching for or attempting to find latent prints?
Sure. So there's two main methods that we use. One of them is to use fingerprint powder or dust, and we'll actually dust for latent prints. A lot of times we reserve that for large items or work on the scene somewhere. We also have what we call, or I call it, a super glue fuming chamber. So it's a large box, a chamber that we put items into. So this item fit inside that chamber. So a lot of times we'll put items in there, and what we do is you add a little super glue to like a heating pad, and when super glue gets warmed up, it becomes a vapor. That vapor circulates around the chamber and sticks to latent prints. Latent prints are left from like oils or residue on your fingers or palms or anything that would have rigid detail. And so as that vapor circulates around the chamber, it adheres to those oils or whatever other debris from your like latent prints. Because with the naked eye, you can't really see that oil residue that's left from a latent print. So that process adheres to that, and then after that, we will put it under what we call the full spectrum imaging system. It's like an alternate light source device that is connected to a camera that's connected to a computer that lets us view the item that we just removed from the chamber. With that alternate light source, we can see fingerprints. So fingerprints are usually viewed like in the UV light spectrum. So we use a special light and then a special filter that the lens can interpret, and then we see an image on the screen of that latent print.
So basically, you just said magic.
Does
we do magic.
this full spectrum imaging system also photograph prints, or do you just use it for viewing?
No, it does it also. It'll view the fingerprints, and then that's how we document and photograph the latent prints as well.
When you, in general, find a latent print,
These questions.
this doesn't make sense, let me know.
Yeah, it
When
doesn't.
you have a latent print that you find on an object, is one of your goals to compare that to a known print?
That is the ultimate goal, yes.
And when I say a known print, can you explain to us what a known print is?
Sure. So if I refer, like a known print is referred to as a print that we know the origin from. So as people's fingerprints are taken in a controlled environment, such as an arrest or job application, those fingerprints are known prints because we know the source that the fingerprints come from. And then on the reverse end of that, we call it a latent print. If somebody were to touch a cup and set the cup down and walk away, and we found a print, we know it's a print, but we just don't know the origin of it, and so it would be a latent print.
In this specific investigation, did you or were there known prints collected from the defendant?
Yes.
When you performed this super glue fuming process, were latent prints developed on the rifle?
Yes.
During the processing of the fingerprinting, were the latent prints collected from the rifle compared to the known print collected from the defendant?
Yes.
And was that done by you?
Myself in conjunction with a state program, computer program that we use.
Will you look in the book again, please, and focus specifically
in the
on
book.
exhibits 134 through 139?
Carol, we're watching Iowa versus Alexander Jackson. It's a triple murder trial where he's charged, his 22-year-old charged with the killings of his mom, dad, and sister 2 years ago. We're listening to testimony from the state's witness, a firearm expert, or at least an investigator on scene who portrays himself as some sort of firearm expert.
Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
Were those photos taken by you or through the full spectrum imaging system during your latent print analysis?
Yes.
And in exhibits 134 through 139, are those images fairly and accurately depicting different steps that you took during your analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to have exhibits 134 through 139 admitted.
Any objection, Mr. Johnson? All right, then at this time, exhibits 134
Here comes
through
the light lady.
139 are admitted. Do you wish to publish?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Do
Should
it.
be up.
We're in the dark again.
Investigator Bosenberg, looking first at exhibit 134, can you describe for us what we're seeing in this photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph that I took using that full spectrum imaging system. This is
Looks
of
like a palm
the
print.
left side of the rifle. It's a latent print that I located that I denoted with L1, standing for latent.
And L1 or latent 1, you said, came from the left side of the rifle that was recovered.
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 135, 2 red circles appeared. Otherwise, is this the same image?
Correct.
Can you tell us what those red circles depict or why they end up on the picture?
Yeah, so I added these 2 circles. My intent was to be able to, so at this point I'd already matched up this latent print with a known print, and it was matched up to a palm print, and so I was trying to orient in a visual way the approximate position that that hand would have been in to leave a palm print in that fashion.
Exhibit 136, is this the same photograph of latent 1?
Yes.
And though difficult to see, can you describe for us what these,
Blue lines?
I'm going to call them things, these blue things are that were added to the photograph?
Hang on, the technical term,
Yes,
things.
so these are just a kind of a representative sample of some of the what I would refer to maybe as data points that I used in my comparison of this latent print to the known print. We look for special areas on these latent prints, typically what we would call like a ridge ending or a ridge bifurcation. There are different areas of the print that we use, and then we find those same areas on the known print. And so this just kind of shows a subsample of the points that I used in that comparison.
In State's Exhibit 37, there are multiple images. Starting first on the right side of this exhibit, can you tell us what this image is?
Yes, that's a known, it's the known left palm print of Alexander Jackson.
And just to clear up the record, I mean 137. Thank you. And so this known palm print from the defendant, Is this the image that was used to compare to the latent print found on the left side of the firearm?
Yes.
The blue markings shown on the known print, did those correlate with the ridge detail that you found on the firearm?
Yes, those points are the same points on the left on the latent print as they are on the known ones. And that's just like a sample of the total amount of points that I used in that comparison.
Investigator Bosenberg, can you tell us what we're looking at in 138?
More things?
Yes, sure. In order to try to give a visual on how this palm print was oriented, sometimes on fingerprints it's really easy to tell the orientation because we have a small area of the finger that the print is located. So when a fingerprint's on an item, it's fairly easy to kind of mentally see how that would be aligned. But with the palm print, it's a little different because palms are so big. There's so much area there. So in this photo, what I did is I took the overall photo of the rifle that I took, and then I overlaid the image of the latent print from the FSIS, the full spectrum imaging system, over top of the overall photograph to show approximately how that latent print was oriented on the photo of the actual rifle.
And in 139, can you tell us what additionally was done here?
Yep, so then I again overlaid a third image, which is the image of the left palm print. And that's where those red circles, or the circles we saw earlier, come into play. I picked two specific data points that were the same on the palm and on the latent print, and used those to align the orientation of the palm print on the latent print to give a visual of the position which the palm would have been in to leave a print.
And the red circles that you're referring to, is one of them here and the second one here?
Yes.
I don't know why they just use a tiny little cross pointer, which is the same color as the picture in the background. They need a laser or something so that the jury can see this.
If you could look at States Exhibits 140 through 145 in the binder in front of you.
Okay.
Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
And were those photos also taken by you during the latent print processing of this firearm?
Yes, they were the photos that I took or processed.
And did they fairly and accurately depict the information that you gathered from the right side of the firearm?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to have Exhibits 140 through 145 admitted.
Any objection? All right, then at this time, States Exhibits 140 through 145 are admitted, and you may publish.
Can you tell us, Investigator Bosenberg, what it is that we're seeing in Exhibit 140?
Yes, this is the latent print on the right side of the rifle.
And when you say the latent print, was this print also developed doing the super glue fuming?
Yes.
Which is different than super glue huffing, just for the record.
And in 141, what are we seeing here?
This is that same latent print with those two red circles around two specific data points.
And the data points that you're referring to, are those the red circles that are
I can barely see these.
Shown in the top right of that photograph?
Yes.
There they are. You think you could mark them a little better?
What are we seeing in States Exhibit 142?
This is similar to that left side, just showing a kind of a subsample of the different data points that I used in the comparison of this latent print to the known print.
And in States Exhibit 143?
These are those same prints, but on the known print.
So is this a known print of the defendant's right hand?
It is.
And the blue markers would be the same data points that corresponded with the data points in 142?
Correct.
And
in 144, what are we looking
Weather
at
Watch
here?
just gifted 5 memberships.
These are the previous 2 images, just in a side-by-side format.
To Kit T, Annabella Felipe,
And
Dragon
in
Mom,
States Exhibit
Hello Kitty,
145,
and Small
can you tell us
Victories. Thank you very much,
what
Weather Watch.
we're viewing
Appreciate your
in this
generosity.
exhibit?
So this one would have been with the photographs overlaid on top of each other.
It seems
this
like
one's the
he's
right
using cut and
print
paste for the overlay. I'm not sure
on
if
top
this
of
is
the latent print on the rifle.
See, it's
on the right
it's a
side.
PDF.
And
That's final product.
This one's a little harder
Not sure if it's Photoshop
to
or what.
orient, but on the right side is where the fingers would be extending down. So the left side of that palm is the back end that connects to the wrist.
Can you tell us, Investigator Bosenberg, what an ideal surface looks like for the leaving behind of a fingerprint?
Yeah, so your ideal surfaces will typically be your shinier surfaces, your non-porous surfaces. Glass is an excellent example. It's flat and it's very smooth. The more porous or the more textured a surface gets, the less it becomes suitable for collecting finger or latent prints, because any type of texture kind of breaks up that oil and the transfer of that latent print to a surface.
She's my favorite person in the trial so far.
Are prints sometimes described based on the quality of the print?
Yeah.
How would you describe the quality of the prints seen in Latent 1 and Latent 2?
Those 2 prints were of very good quality.
And what makes you say that?
There was a large area that they covered, and I know just looking at a standard photo is kind of hard to see some of that detail, but when we're examining these photos, we zoom in to a higher degree to be able to really see some of these points. And these 2 latent prints had a lot of that, those data points are what we would call like minutia, all those ridge endings or bifurcations. There's a lot of them visible on there, in just a really clear format.
Latent 1 and Latent 2, were those the only prints that you found associated or on this rifle?
No.
How many additional prints did you find?
One other print that was documented.
And where was that print located?
That was also located on the right side of the rifle, just a little further back from where Latent 2 would have been located.
You found that Latent print 1 matched the left palm of the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And Latent 2 matched the right palm of the defendant. Is that also correct?
Yes.
What did you find as far as matches for the print named or titled Latent 3?
I did not find a match for that print.
Can you tell us why?
So it was put into the database. The database didn't return. The database always returns potential matches. It's our job to go in there and actually match it up. And when it returns potential matches, it bases it on like an algorithm score. None of the scores were very good, and I went through and viewed all the potential matches and ruled them out as being candidates to that latent print. This print wasn't as good a quality as the other 2 prints. This latent print consisted mainly of a lot of just horizontal ridge lines. There were points of minutia, data points in there, but far less than the two known ones that we were able to identify.
I want to make sure I understand. So the program that you use, you said, will send you or spit out a potential match, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then once you receive the potential match, then you yourself manually will review the match that is sent to you?
Yes.
Now, you testified that the print in Layton 3 had mostly horizontal ridge lines that ran parallel to each other. Did I say that right?
I guess, yeah, I should clarify. Horizontal is kind of an abstract word to describe it, depending on how you're viewing it. But they were mainly parallel with each other.
Opposed to what? What would have made them better?
So, like, for example, in a fingerprint, there's typically a handful of shapes that you're going to find in a fingerprint that are all within a very small section of your finger. So within just like a few millimeters or a half centimeter, you're going to have ridges on your fingers that are turning and curving and coming together. And so there's lots of different points that we would look at within a fingerprint. When all these ridges are horizontal, there's not a lot of different areas where those ridges could come together to make unique marks. When they're horizontal, you're really just left with one ridge just ending as the top parallel line continues. So it's a little harder to find a suitable candidate for that just because there's less data available overall in a print like that.
Arkansas is getting some severe weather right now. Thunderstorm capable of producing tornado 3 minutes ago near west of Camden. Thanks for the update, Weather Watch.
What does it mean, Investigator Bosenberg, for a fingerprint to be smudged?
Sure. So fingerprints are actually very delicate in nature. They're just the oils from the ridges of very microscopic lines on our hands or palms that are left. So a smudge is if, I would to touch the table, but I pressed down too hard, or I swiped my hand on the table, it would kind of result in kind of like a smear or a smudge mark on a latent print.
Did you find any fingerprints on this rifle that you would describe as smudged or smeared?
Not as like a smearing. There was parts of distortion or heavy pockets of areas around like the two known latent prints, but no evident signs of lots of smearing.
What does that mean, heavy pockets?
So it's kind of hard to see on some of these photos, but of the known latents, you'll see.
Let me stop you for a second. Is there any one of those photos where it is visible that would help if I pulled it back up?
There might be, yes. If you go to States Exhibit 134.
I think it's a smear. It's a smear on the fingerprint. Light Lady's getting sleepy. She keeps turning the lights off, and I'm thinking it's nap time.
Is there an area you'd like me to zoom in on?
So kind of when I refer to like a heavy pocket, there's two different areas, like down here at the bottom of this one or even at the top. So we would classify this as kind of just some sort of distortion. It's either, a heavier amount of oil that was deposited there. It's kind of hard to actually determine what causes some of this distortion, but a lot of times you'll see some like heavier pockets like that mixed in with some nice areas. So yeah, there could be a lot of different contributing factors, something that pressed down really heavily on there, or moved ever so slightly, kind of combining some of that oil together.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness stand?
You may. Do you still need 134 up there for a minute?
No.
All right.
Lights. That's what I'm thinking, Michelle. That's what heavy pockets means to me.
Thank you.
Investigator Bosenberg, will you cut the zip ties on 155 on that rifle, please?
Uh-oh.
Sure.
We're removing the safety restraints on the weapon. Let's see what he's going to cut it with. Does he like whip out a knife in his pocket or what? Oh, he's got scissors. Oh, he's gloving up. That's awesome. Preserve the evidence. Snap them. Oh, you got to snap them to make sure they're on properly. Yeah, I think they're doing better for sure.
All right.
If you would come down to the well, please.
Sure. With the rifle?
Yes.
And Ms. Slaughter, your microphone's not on.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep.
So he's holding it by the area that he tested.
Investigator, will you first double check and make sure that weapon's cleared and that it's not loaded?
Does he know how to do that?
Can you demonstrate to us approximately the position in which those fingerprints or those left and right palm prints were located on that weapon?
Sure. So if you remember from the photos, it was the lower left, lower.
You just have to watch. We can barely hear him.
On the right side, it was slightly more forward. All of the circles were been oriented, so that would have been somewhere approximately in this position. I believe that print on this right side of the rifle.
And approximately what position on your palm were the identifying markers that you noted from
see on the butt
left
plate?
side?
See that little circle in the butt plate? That's where you pull the rod out.
Referred to two different points that were kind of on that lower bottom side of the palm. Those were situated just slightly further back on this left side, just a little bit further back from there, kind of in a position around like here.
Thank you. If you would return that to the box.
Yes.
So the fingerprints were, oh, that OCD just triggered in me. He's got the gun facing the other direction in the box. The picture shows one way and he has it facing the other way. All right. Quick hand it to the defendant and have him reenact it, right? And why? What was I saying? I forgot.
I don't need it anymore.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Investigator Bosenberg, when you were processing this rifle, was it loaded?
It was loaded at the beginning of the processing. Then we unloaded it.
I asked that poorly. When you received the rifle from the scene, were there still bullets in it?
Yes.
And how many were there?
3.
Looking again at what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 129, may I publish that, Judge?
Okay.
Thank you. Is there a bullet in the chamber of this gun?
Yes.
And the bullet that we're referring to, is that this brass object here?
Yes.
I would say it's in the loading position.
Will
When
you
it's in the
look at
chamber, it's hard
Exhibit
to see on this gun.
130?
When it's in the chamber, the brass should be concealed except for the very back of the bullet. I wanted the demonstration as well, but maybe later.
Okay.
Is the image in 130 a photograph that you took
Yes.
during the processing of this rifle?
Yes.
Fair and accurately depicts.
Yes.
Your Honor, State would move to admit Exhibit 130.
Any objection to 130, Mr. Johnson? All right, State's Exhibit 130 is admitted, and you may publish.
Can you tell us what is in Exhibit 130, Investigator Bosenberg?
Yes, these are three 22 caliber rounds that we ejected from the rifle.
And when you ejected them from the rifle, did you observe them to the extent that you could tell what their caliber was?
Yes.
And what was that?
22 caliber.
And what was the make of these bullets?
Remington.
And were these the same size and make of the ammunition that was found on the fireplace at 4414?
Yes.
Will you also look at 131?
Sorry, I'm behind on the chat. I'm trying to catch up. I'm glad I'm not the only one who's triggered by him putting the gun in upside down in that box.
Okay.
At least he's resting it the right way, so the barrel is up.
And can you tell us, well, was this a photo that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor,
oh man.
the State moved to admit 131 as well, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Johnson? All right, then
Clap on,
State's
clap off.
Exhibit 131 is admitted. Wish to publish? Or not?
Or not.
Not yet, Judge. Thank
Okay.
you. Investigator Bosenberg, after you processed the firearm for prints and DNA, did you also test fire this weapon?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us all of the purposes for
Did you hit your
test
target?
firing a gun?
Yes, this case had multiple purposes. One is to collect a sample of a shell casing that we'd call, a known shell casing from that firearm. So that was one purpose of test firing it. The other purpose was to get an accurate depiction of how this firearm ejected its casings after being fired.
And can you describe for us what your findings were in regard to how this specific firearm ejects the shell casings?
Yes, this one's a bottom ejecting firearm. So when the round is fired, the casing actually kicks out from the bottom of that breech block area that we saw in the photo. So if you're in a horizontal position, so if the gun is facing forward, the casing would eject down and straight ahead. It's kind of at a forward angle, but not steep enough to be like a 45-degree angle.
How many times did you fire the weapon during your test fire?
4 times.
How many times
Can
did you
you
miss?
explain to us what a semi-automatic gun is?
Yes, so semi-automatic is a firearm that once there's a round in the chamber and you pull the trigger, the firearm will automatically eject that shell casing and load another shell casing. You don't have to manually
I don't think this one could shoot the mags.
manipulate the firearm each time you shoot it, minus pulling the trigger.
So when you say manually manipulate the firearm, some sort of cocking action doesn't have to be done for each shot.
Correct.
Just at the beginning.
Correct. Yeah, you'll have some manipulation at the beginning to load that first round from the magazine into the chamber.
And once a bullet is loaded into the chamber, going forward, one trigger pull equals one shot with not having to do anything else.
Correct.
Is the Browning .22 caliber that was collected a semi-automatic weapon?
Yes.
So after the initial bullet manipulation to be loaded into the chamber, every time there's a trigger pull, a bullet would be fired?
Yes.
Can you tell us if during your processing of this firearm you were able to determine how many bullets it holds in a full load?
Yes, so for that question, we looked at documentation from Browning itself and found that the documentation from Browning, we found this specific rifle holds 11 in the magazine.
Based on the evidence that you collected at the scene, including the number of bullet wounds to Jan, Melissa, and Sabrina Jackson, did you form an opinion as to whether or not during these killings that firearm had to be reloaded?
Yes, there would have had to have been a reload at some point in the process.
The magazine is loaded from the back through the butt of the gun. It's not going to be like a Ruger 1022 where you have that, the clip that goes in the bottom.
Investigator, is there any way for you to fathom a guess on how many firearms you've test fired in your career?
Yes.
Easily over 100. I think in 2020, I probably alone processed 80 different firearms throughout the 2020 year. My numbers in 2021 were probably roughly around.
I haven't heard anything. I think AJ's
over.
probably right. That this was just he was angry with his dad, possibly, or his mom, and then extended that to the other witnesses.
Ever had difficulty figuring out how to load or operate the firearm that you were responsible for test firing?
Very few times. Most firearms are very similar to each other, so one method kind of takes care of the process on all different firearms. So it would be less than a handful of times that I would have had to refer to other sources to figure out how to manipulate a firearm.
Did you have any difficulty in this case trying to figure out how to manipulate this firearm?
I did.
Can you describe for us the extent of the difficulty that you had?
This one's kind of unlike a lot of what I might describe as like a typical firearm or handgun format in the loading process. So I did refer to a video to
so he's saying he
see
learned
how
on
to
YouTube.
properly load this rifle.
Did you provide a copy of that video to our office?
I did.
And would viewing portions of the video
It's going to be some
provided
YouTube video.
help you describe or demonstrate in a safe manner some of the ways that this firearm is operated?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would
If
ask
this
the
is
court's
like from like
permission
Demolition
to,
Ranch or something, I'm
publish
gonna bust out
portions
laughing.
of what we have previously labeled as Court Exhibit 1.
Mr. Johnson? All right. We've dealt with that already. And Ms. Slaughter, you may go ahead and publish the portions of the video.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Yeah, here they still have an objection, but it's not to the video directly. I think it's something related to the video. It might show like the gun being shot or something like that. But he says he's addressed this already. The light lady is ready to go. She is like on it like a blue bonnet. She is doing a fantastic job. Earning that government salary. Yeah, scissors are the wrong tool
Let
to
me know
open
when
zip
you're
ties.
ready, Ms. Slaughter, and I'll turn on the system.
Will do, Judge.
Enjoy lunch, Weather Watch. We'll see you when you get back. Rachel, this is the defense is that he says that somebody broke into the house and killed his family and shot him in the foot, and they struggled with him for the gun, got the gun, and the guy ran away, and he's the only survivor. Prosecution says there's no evidence anyone else was in the house. Cameras show nobody leaving the building. Okay, so let's see who this is from.
Yes. For records purposes, Your Honor, the first segment of this video that I am going to play starts approximately 1 minute 50 seconds into the video with the intention of stopping approximately 3 minutes 25 seconds into the video.
All right, thank you. You may go ahead.
Now the safety here is right above the trigger. It's a cross bolt safety and it's very intuitive. If you want to fire, just push and then fire. To charge the bolt, pull back on the lever here and this charges the bolt itself. This is also what releases the shell, and then the ejected shell comes out of the bottom. And this keeps the shells from going toward the face or anywhere else, just has them straight down. The walnut stocks have a nice high gloss to them. There is a nice metal butt plate, and here's where the tube goes into the rear, and this, you pull the tube out to load it, and then of course loading is done right here inside the stock. It does have a tubular magazine that feeds the rounds into the chamber.
Okay, so this video is brought to you by Scotch00, or Sooch00, SOOTCH00. He has 1.33 million subscribers on YouTube. This is his video. Probably the first he's learning that it's going to be featured in a court case.
The rod itself has a spring that keeps pressure on the shells to keep them moving forward. Goes right back into the buttstock. It weighs 5.2 pounds, so it's...
Okay. Got my law license on YouTube
And then the second
too.
clip, for records purposes, Your Honor, that I want to play from this starts at approximately 4 minutes 52 seconds into the video and plays through approximately 5 minutes 20 seconds.
All right, thank you.
Hey, Cachette. The late thing is just a chat bot command where people can just announce that they're in here, and it's just a fun thing to show that how long ago the video started, the live stream started. There are several commands that start with a little exclamation point. Some of them trigger audio.
Now, one unique feature about this rifle is that it is a takedown. And here is a screw that comes loose. Then you take this lever and push forward toward the handguard. Pull back on your receiver, and then you just turn. And it releases. Really easy to do, even in the field. New manufacturer.
There's a lawsuit.
Hope they got permission from that guy to use this video. I hope we all don't get copyright strikes. Everyone who's sharing this, because
Investigator Bosenberg, in watching that video, there was a portion where the narrator of the video mentioned charging the bolt. Did you hear that in the video?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what it means or what he meant when he says charge the bolt?
Yeah, so after you would load all the rounds, they would be inside of the stock in that magazine tube. You could pull the trigger, but you haven't transferred one from that magazine into the firing area of the firearm. So you have to pull back that lever, which releases the front bullet from the magazine into the chamber of the rifle.
So when it's loaded, in order to be able to shoot it, that bullet has to be readied.
Yes.
And that's done on that, what'd you call it,
Breech block is how I referred to it earlier, yes.
When we have a break, probably at lunch, we're going to listen to the 911 call. Who's on trial here? Alexander Jackson, the son in the family. Eagle Scout, band member, possibly college student.
Investigator Bosenberg, when you processed the scene, that downstairs living room area, was there anything that you found that you would have considered a disturbance to that scene?
I guess when you say disturbance, what do you mean by?
Anything down there that indicated any signs of a struggle occurring?
If you guys are curious,
I would say no.
This is the YouTube user who's
Did you observe
who made that video.
Furniture impressions in the carpeting suggesting that furniture had been bumped or moved?
The furniture appeared to be in a normal position.
Any items strewn about the floor that appeared to you to have been knocked off of a hard surface?
No.
The puzzle piece that, or the puzzle that was being put together on that coffee table in the living room area, did you observe or find any pieces from that on the floor in any way?
No, that all appeared normal.
I believe we're covering the same trial tomorrow.
You about whether or not you
We're gearing up for the Murdoch
bloody
case, though.
footprints making their way into Sabrina's room, and whether or not there were any bloody footprints that had made their way up the stairs in any fashion. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
May I have the screen back, Your Honor?
You may.
In State's Exhibit 96, other than the thicker or darker pooling of blood in the bottom right side of this screen, did you observe any blood going past that point towards the back door?
No.
Do you consider, thank you, Judge, do you consider the .22 caliber to be a small caliber weapon?
Yes.
Yes.
Are there any caliber weapons smaller than a .22 that you're aware of?
I do know there is like a 17 caliber, but I'm not sure how widespread or mainstream it is.
Is a .22 caliber something you would consider widestream or mainstream?
Yes.
Can you tell us, Investigator Bosenberg, what blood splatter is?
Sure. So, yeah, blood spatter is really any type of blood that
extremely
kind of does what the meaning says, a spatter mark. So
apparently he's
it
never,
really refers to
never
any
seen
transfer of blood, mainly like through the air. Blood spatter can happen a lot of different ways, but if it traveled through the air and impacted a surface, it can create different markings. That's typically what we refer to as blood spatter. The source or destination can be multiple things. It could be flicked off of your hands if you had bloody hands. It's just once that blood is airborne and then impacts the surface, that's what we would consider blood spatter.
When you processed the residents at 4414, did you find blood splatter?
There was a decent amount in the hallway on the blood trail leading up. There was different areas of blood spatter there. Some was found on the basement wall, kind of by the stairs, near like that light switch area. And I'd say a little bit was found too around Jan Jackson's head area. You had pooling of blood, which wouldn't be considered blood spatter, but then kind of extending outside of that blood pool, there was small portions of blood spatter.
Douglas,
there
I
too.
thought it was like a Scrabble board game.
May I have permission to republish Exhibit 79, Your Honor?
You may.
Not sure what this is. Okay.
Investigator Bosenberg, you said that you observed some blood splatter along the wall on the stairway. Is that correct?
Yes.
If I zoom in on Exhibit 179, on Exhibit 79, does that blood splatter become apparent in this photograph?
Yes.
And this area of dark spots or dark matter just below the light switch, is that the blood splatter that you're referring to?
Yes.
When you said that you saw blood splatter up and down the hallway, was that blood splatter low or high or both? What location did you find it up and down this hallway here?
So I guess I'm referring to like a lot of the carpet areas. There's kind of just two generic types of blood in the hallway. You have the splatter marks that, like at the bottom right of this photo, you can kind of see like a parabola-shaped U that would be kind of that blood spatter. Some of the footprints would be more of a transfer of blood than a spatter.
I'm going to switch exhibits to
We're on,
exhibit
I think, day 3 now.
76. Does this is this photo better for having or helping describe the the shape you said?
Parabola.
As far as the blood splatter here?
Parabola.
So yeah, that shape I was referring
parabol.
to is further up, but in this one, close to 15, you can see signs of like blood spatter.
Was there additionally blood splatter seen on the floorboards in the hallway on that lower level?
I'm not sure why the investigator had to
Yes.
lay down to get that shot.
And we talked briefly about
apparently
some
they did.
splatter evidence that
They
was
did it
seen
barefoot.
on the bottom of the bed and bed frame in the bedroom of Alexander Jackson earlier, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us, investigator, what are some of the factors that affect how blood is splattered?
Yes, there's quite a few different factors that would affect blood spatter.
He's saying
and it all
spatter,
depends
she's
kind of on
saying
the source.
splatter.
Slower velocity blood spatter is going to show up as like bigger droplets. If you have a higher velocity blood spatter, that would be
He's trying to
smaller
correct him.
droplets typically. There's lots of different ways they can come from. You can have blood spatter from gunshots because that's more of a high velocity. Let's say I had a bloody nose and blood was dripping on my hand and I flung my hand. If that made it on the wall or the ground, that would be blood spatter. But since my hand is flinging slower than like gunshot, it would be bigger spatter marks that would be left.
Adam, this is funny.
So there's a lot of different
He's enunciated.
ways. Any way, really, blood could get airborne from an object and transposed onto another object would be, part of that spatter. There's, and definitely
Say it 2 more times.
amount of ways it could transfer.
You discussed blood splatter that would be high velocity caused by a firearm. Would the manner in which blood would splatter be affected by the size or the caliber of the weapon?
I suppose that would be a definite factor in any blood spatter results, yes.
In your experience, have you been on scenes or multiple scenes in which blood splatter was prevalent?
Yes.
I wonder if the defense
your
is going to jump on
experience,
this and say it's
Does
spatter,
blood
not
splatter
splatter.
usually follow the path of the bullet?
It's usually where it's most pronounced at, yes.
And so is there a possibility that blood comes out of a wound in the opposite direction that the bullet is traveling?
Yes, it is a possibility.
Is that generally less so than what follows the path of the bullet?
I believe typically, yes, it would be less. Of course, there's lots of factors that would play into that. But from my experience, yes.
Was there anything specific or anything in particular that you noticed regarding splatter patterns around the entrance wounds of the
He's going to just
injuries
reach across that table and strangle her, I think.
on Jan,
my
Sabrina, or Melissa Jackson?
He's trying to keep a straight face. It's like she said it again.
I don't recall seeing any type of spatter marks near the entrance.
Listen to how well he enunciates.
On
Spatter.
Sabrina. On Jan, it was hard to tell because like the surface that a bullet might be entering can highly impact what type of spatter you might have. What would be referred to as almost like a flowback or a and so, being on the head, you have a layer of hair there that could act as almost like an insulator to any blood. And being that he had darker hair, that was harder to see. And then the wounds on the front, he was obviously face down and bleeding from. So, didn't notice anything on that, and I don't recall anything on Melissa either.
In the movies, there's always some gunshot and the person shooting the gun getting hit with this mist or
In the
this
movies.
gust of blood blowing back from the shot.
Are
Is
you
that
saying it doesn't
realistic in
happen
your
like
opinion?
the movies? Yeah, which movies? We need to watch the movies now.
The objections over. Excuse me. The objections overruled. The witness
Well,
can answer.
I got some splatter from that cough.
It seems that Hollywood would do it up way more extensive than what actually happens from being on different scenes. I haven't seen it to the Hollywood extent at all.
Investigator Bosenberg, during your
It's still funny,
processing
that guy. We're
of this
just
scene,
the back and forth
would it
between
be
the two.
fair to say that there were several firearms found in this house?
Yes.
Can you tell us the particular
There's a lawsuit.
areas in which firearms were located?
Yes, we found some additional firearms up in the master bedroom, underneath the bed. I believe there was one on top of a bedside storage area, one in the corner of the bedroom, and then we had located a safe in the basement that also contained numerous firearms.
And when you say numerous,
They
if you
opened the
were
safe.
to levy a guess as to how many additional guns were found in this home, Could you do that?
I know we documented them all. It's in our documentation. Off the top of my head, I hate to guess at a number, but there was, a handful of them.
More than 10?
Potentially, it might have been plus or minus around that number.
So plus or minus around that number. So around
You
10
said
plus or minus
several
10.
found in Jan's bedroom, several found in a safe, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, we've said them so much that they all sound bad.
Do you recall where the storage box for the Browning .22 caliber weapon next to you was found?
Yes, we found a Browning .22 caliber box underneath Alexander's bed.
And will you open up that binder and flip to exhibits 146, 147, and 148?
Everybody look around. Debbie's lost her box knife. Look around and see if she left it at your place. I don't see it on my table, Debbie. Sorry.
Okay.
Hope you find it.
Do you recognize the photos?
I do.
Are those photos taken in Alexander Jackson's bedroom during the 4-day period where evidence was being processed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit exhibits 146, 147, and 148.
Mr. Johnson, any objection? All right, then exhibits 146, 147, and 148 are admitted. Would you like to publish these?
Yes, Your Honor.
Weather Watch, you just missed. The expert was saying blood spatter, and the prosecution was saying blood
Investigator
splatter.
Bosenberg, can you tell us what we're
and they were
seeing
pronouncing
in
it, pronouncing it very
exhibit
clearly,
146?
and it was like a battle
Yes,
back
we're
and
in
forth, seeing
Alexander's
whose
room.
word
This is
would win.
photo showing the box where we found it underneath the bed on the right side of the bed.
And what are we seeing in 147?
That's the box pulled out, and another photo of it.
They keep it in the manufacturer's box.
And in 148, can you tell us what we're seeing?
The same box that we removed from underneath the
Yeah,
bed.
I'm not very impressed.
In order for the weapon to be secured and or stored
The
in
gun
this
oil
box,
is what discolored that
does it
box
have
there
to
on the
be
end.
broken down similarly to what we saw in that video?
Yes.
Did you also photograph the back porch, screened-in porch area of this home?
Would I
Was
have,
that also
would I
photographed?
have done that?
Yes, that was
Matthew?
also photographed.
Maybe a little bit.
Will you look at States Exhibit 156, 157, and 158?
It's like I would, but it's dark in here. I can't see.
Okay.
And are these photographs that were taken of that screened-in back porch area of this residence?
Yes.
Were these photos taken, or do the photos fairly and accurately depict the condition of that back porch when you found it?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit exhibits 156, 157, and 158.
Any objection, Mr. Johnson? You may.
Getting a couple questions from defense in here before we admit these.
All right, then States Exhibits 156,
he withdrew.
157, and 158 are admitted. Would you like to publish these?
Yes, Your Honor, please. Investigator Rosenberg, can you tell us what we are viewing in this photograph?
Yes, this is an overall photograph of that back porch, kind of from the inside door leading out to the porch.
And the inside door comes into what room of this home?
The dining kitchen area.
And the police car that is shown parked in this photograph, can you tell us what street that's parked on?
can't remember the name of it, but it's not the proper address. Road. Yes. Correct, yes.
And on the left side of this screened-in area, would this be pointing towards the backyard?
Yes, towards the backyard to the east.
157, what are we seeing out here?
This is some bedding material that was located on the porch.
And in 158?
This is looking now back towards the door that leads inside the house.
And so from this vantage point to the right would be the backyard?
Correct.
I don't have any additional
Hey,
questions
Mary.
for this witness, Your Honor.
Hey, Mary,
All
I'm
right,
just
well,
reading about that
is
case.
a good time for us then to take our lunch break.
That's
So, ladies
pretty
and
sad.
gentlemen, I'd ask you to be back here ready to go by
Missing
1:15.
for 10 years.
And again, remind you of the admonition. Again, keep an open mind, no communication with anybody, avoid media, don't do any sort of investigation. You've heard it all before several times already, but I just keep reminding you. So with that, you are free to go and have a good lunch.
Okay, so with that, don't hear any hot mics. Do you want to take a quick look at the 911 call before we go to lunch? It's about 15 minutes long. It's a little bit longer. I need to catch up on chat here. Sorry, I was behind.
Go ahead and have a seat. And Mr. Rosenberg, you can step down. You're going to need to be back here for 1:15. I'm assuming Mr. Johnson has some questions for you.
1:15.
No need to apologize. Yeah, I don't think, do we need anything on the record at this point from the state?
I don't believe so, Judge.
From you, Mr. Johnson?
From you, the people that aren't the state.
Okay. You just want to come.
You know, he turned the mic off. See the red light disappeared? Now he's just having a friendly chat, talking about where they're going to go for lunch, order pizza, maybe for the whole courtroom. Let's see if we pan out and get a view of the defendant. I'm not seeing him yet. I'm going to have to check the, if anyone's watched this before, the previous days. Let's see, first of all. Have they shown the defendant at all? And I'm not sure if the court has ordered them not to show him, which is sort of weird. That would be very uncommon as a media requirement. Obvious choice is Whataburger for courthouse lunches. I agree. Defendants get it as well. That is quite a bit of hair. I mean, it's almost a beehive. It's not just a bun. It's I think it's a full-on beehive, or maybe it doubles as like a helmet of some sort. Okay, so I'm seeing yes on the 911 call. Sorry, I missed that a little bit. Frack, this is the Iowa versus Alexander Jackson case, triple murder. He's the son accused of killing the mom, dad, and his sister with one of the, I believe, the dad's firearms, which was a Remington 22 semi-automatic rifle. It's not a pretty crime scene. They've shown a lot of pictures. We've seen a little bit of blood and some feet and legs. But yeah, so we're gonna go back and watch the. If I can get this pulled up here, just 1 second. I'm pretty sure we're not going to get anything else out of the courtroom, so I'm going to go ahead and drop this feed just for a minute and bring on in box 1. We're going to bring on 6, which is right here. We're going to bring this up here.
One, call.
So this is the 911 call that they
Call
received,
labeled 1A.
and this is from a day or two ago in the courtroom.
Boone County Sheriff, where is your emergency?
Someone broke into our house. Our address is 4414 Oak Leaf Court, Northeast. I've been shot. My other family member's been shot. I need help immediately.
Okay, I'm getting Cedar Rapids on the line here.
I've been shot. My other family members have been shot.
I've been shot in the foot.
Okay, sir, stay on the line. Stick with me. Make sure you're answering. Give them the address right away.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
4414 Oak Leaf Court, Northeast.
Okay, what's going on?
Someone broke in.
Okay.
I've been shot.
This kid's like,
You've been shot?
My dad's been shot.
Okay, hold on just a second. Are they still there?
No, they left.
They left? Did they come inside the house?
Yeah.
Okay, where were you shot at?
Downstairs.
No, on your body. On your body, where have you been shot?
I was shot downstairs.
Foot.
I'm sorry, where?
Left foot.
In your
Left
foot? Okay, how old are you?
20?
How old are you?
20.
20, okay. I've got help coming. Just stay on the line with me, okay?
We're going to keep listening
Do you know
here.
who it was that broke in?
What was that?
Do you know who broke in?
No.
Okay. Did you get a look at them?
No.
Could you tell if it was a man or a woman?
Man.
A man. Could you tell if they were white, black, Hispanic?
Thanks for that clarification, Katrina. Sorry, my bad.
That's okay if you don't know. Just stay on the line with me, okay? What's your first name?
I'm Alex.
Alex, does that help come in, okay?
I'm
Just
bleeding
stay on the
out.
line with me and don't hang up, okay? The number I have is
I think I spooked him off.
You think what?
I let him run.
You're doing just fine, Alex. Just stay on the line with me. What do you think happened?
I don't know.
Okay. Is it just your foot?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
That's funny.
Okay, do you have a dry, clean cloth or towel you can put on there so we can control the bleeding?
I tried to put a belt on my leg, but it broke.
You tried to do a tourniquet and it broke?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have a cloth or a towel, a shirt, anything that's clean and dry?
I can go get one.
Okay, if you can get one, just keep me on the phone, okay? Anything will do. Just something that's clean and dry so we can control the bleeding. Do you know how they got in the house?
The back door, I think.
The back door?
It's open, so.
Okay.
I'm not an expert.
No, that's all right, Alex.
I'm
I
not
just
an
didn't know what you saw and what you didn't, okay? We've got them coming, and they're coming lights and sirens. I've got an ambulance coming for you. You're doing great, Alex. You're doing good. Is anybody else home with you?
My sister,
Your sister? Where's she at?
her bedroom.
In her bedroom is up. Okay.
He's
She should be in
answering.
her bedroom?
He's answering with questions.
Okay. What's your sister's name? Sabrina?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Alex. I just want to make sure that we know who's supposed to be in that house, okay?
Yeah.
Just you and your sister for now, right?
Oh.
Did you find anything dry? Anything clean that we can put on the foot?
I'm trying to put cloth on.
Okay. Just put pressure on where it's bleeding, okay? As much as you can stand. Don't lift it up to look, okay? That's how we're going to control the bleeding.
Okay.
Okay. This person that you saw in your house, did they leave out the back door?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the time delay? How long ago was this?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember
Some time
anything?
ago,
Okay.
I just got my phone.
Okay. Do you think it was like an hour ago or like 5 minutes ago? You don't know? 10 minutes ago?
10 maybe?
Okay. That's all right. I understand. You're in some...
No obvious signs of a break-in,
Okay.
according to police.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, the operator thinks it's just him and his sister. I get the same feel, and he wasn't prepared to answer
Your
the
Honor, now
questions.
for record purposes, the state would play on State's Exhibit 1 the second 911 call, which is labeled 1B.
Okay, so 2 calls. I didn't know that.
Go ahead.
Bad actor, according to Jimmy.
Hello?
Alex, yep, I said I'm coming. I'm just talking on the radio too, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember what color shirt or what color hair this guy had? Anything about him?
Black?
You think it was a black male or a black shirt?
Both?
He says
Okay.
both? Everything's like, ooh, at the end. I don't know the sister's age. Probably younger than him, so I'm guessing.
And was it a long gun or was it a short gun, like a handgun?
A long gun.
It was a long gun? Like a rifle style?
Yes.
Okay.
Possible.
Okay. He says he's a...
So 19. That sounds about right for the sister. She was 19.
Okay, I've got him coming right there on
Younger
the
sister.
police court, so they're almost there. Okay, where are you in the house, Alex?
Downstairs.
You're in the lower level? Okay.
My room.
In your room? Okay.
Oh.
Are you able to meet them at the back door? Are you able to walk? If not, just stay in your room.
I'm in my room.
Okay, Alex? Is that back door still wide open?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to tell him to come in that back door, okay?
I'm still here. Are you guys still there?
Okay, hold on just a second.
It's live on my end. Let's see.
Just you and your sister in the house, right?
Yeah.
No parents or grandparents, animals?
My mom's here too.
Your mom is there too?
Yeah.
Okay, so you, your sister, and your mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
My dad's here, but
That was clearly my dad's here, but
4414. Do you have a house number? Do you have like a phone line?
4414.
No, like a house, like a
It's like on the
landline.
corner.
Do you have does mom have a cell phone or sister, or do you guys have a house phone, like a landline? Or do you,
Yeah.
do you have a landline? Do you know the house phone number?
89.
8675309. He doesn't know.
4025.
892-4025?
I think so.
Okay, that's what you think it is?
I can't remember now, so. Oh.
All right, Alex. Do you know if mom and sister are safe? Did the guy go upstairs?
That's what I was going for.
Well, I don't see them.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure that,
I
have
hear
you
a
seen
phone
your mom or
number.
you hear it ringing?
Yeah.
The house number's ringing?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's us calling. We're trying to get a hold of sister or mom, just to make sure they're safe. I've got officers all around the house. I just want to make sure that I keep you on the line, okay? Nobody's answering that house phone. Are you sure anybody's home?
They should be.
Okay.
So he's been shot. He didn't have his phone. He's finally got to his phone.
Does your sister have a cell
His
phone?
family should be there, but they're not saying anything.
Yeah.
It's sort of weird.
Do you know her number by heart? Do you know that?
No.
Okay. weapons downstairs? Any guns, knives, anything like that?
No, but there's a gun on the floor.
There is. That's not yours?
It's ours, but we got shot by it.
We got
So he
shot by
took
it.
your gun and shot you?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Let me make sure. I tell my officers this. Hold on.
Yeah, she's like, hold up. This is crazy.
Ah.
I don't question. Getting shot in the foot has got to be super painful. It really probably put a severe dent in his day.
Very last house on the dead end on the right? No, you're the first house, aren't you?
Yes.
I definitely heard him say, "My dad's here too," but she did not hear that. I think she was talking to somebody else. Yes, he literally shot himself in the foot.
Are you...
Oh. That's the doorbell, if you're wondering.
Is he like crawling to the phone to answer the phone? Is that what he's
Okay,
doing
they're
right
coming
now?
into your backyard, okay?
Oh. Oh. Ah.
I can hear it.
So they're
Okay, I've
they're
got officers in
confirming
the back
that
and the front. They're just
the
trying to
phone's
get mom and
ringing and
sister
she
to come
can hear
through
the
the door if
phone
they're there,
ringing
okay? That's why they're ringing your doorbell.
over the 911 call. That helps them know that he is actually in the house where that's
Okay, is
happening.
your driveway, does that come out on Scarlet Oak?
Sure.
Sure.
Do you know? Because the house that they're at, which I think I can hear your doorbell, the driveway's on Scarlet Oak, but you have an Oak
Side
Street
road.
address.
The doorbell,
Yeah, okay. Yep, you're right.
not the phone.
Oh. Yes. That's a lot of blood.
That's a lot of blood.
Could sister and mom be gone, do you think?
Hopefully.
Okay. Okay, I've got officers coming to that back door. You're still in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in the hallway.
I think that some officers had some suspicions
Do
early
you
on.
think you know who did this to you?
No.
Okay.
I think you've cracked the case, Weather Watch. That's exactly what happened, I think, according to Alexander. Yeah, I think he slipped there. He said, we got shot by it. But now he says he doesn't know if his family's here or not.
Alex, do you still have that cloth on your foot?
I'm putting pressure on it.
Okay, good. Good job.
I'm down here
Down here.
in the hallway.
Let me know when they're right with you.
They're coming in now.
Okay, let me know when they're right there with you, and then we'll disconnect.
Yes.
Alex, are they right there with you?
Where I can see them? I have my hand on my foot.
Yeah, this is the first time the officers see him right then.
They're down the hallway.
On scene and one more. Alex, they're right with you?
Okay.
And we're going to wait for just a second. The call's almost up here. Just 1 minute. I think we're done. That's it. Okay, so that is that's some of the exciting stuff we missed the other day as we were busy watching Jensen. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, if your family's in danger, to be screamed about how to find your house. Yeah, seriously. Get here fast. Odd speech patterns, very much. The way he's crying sounded like a penguin crying an elf after the bye, buddy. I hope you find your dad line. The answer 2 was, so Wade, is your sister and mom gone? Answer, hopefully. High-speed drifter, we believe he shot his own foot. That's what the state is asserting. The officer's body cam states that they thought they were being swatted. Then an officer testified that too. Sounds like a cartoon character. Poor acting. His voice. The mic in his phone seems to be a lot better than the one on the 911 operator is using. If I call 911, I really want to be able to understand everything they say. I think what the problem we had there was probably the courtroom playback of the 911 call. Generally, the equipment in the 911 centers are very high quality, and probably the volume level turned too high, or the proximity of the microphone for the live stream was the issue. Yeah, before they went in the house, they thought it was a swatting incident. He does sound annoyed. When I go away and come back here, I have no idea which case this is. Sorry, high-speed drifter. We have switched. Today we're doing the Alexander Jackson trial. I believe we have, if I can get my system to load, I think we have Murdaugh next week. Isn't the Murdaugh trial starting next week down in South Carolina? That will be a fun one to follow, and we'll stick with that. Since we don't have Sarah Boone anymore, I think we're going to ride that one all the way through. He said they're down the hallway, but didn't say no one was there, or he didn't. But didn't he say no one was there, or he didn't know? Yes, he's sort of contradicted himself a little bit. I don't know middle ground if he has a mental challenge or not, or if that will play in if they're trying to assert that. Weather Watch is saying we've got more storms for the central United States. This part for Louisiana down south. Which case is Footboy? It's Iowa versus Alexander Jackson, triple murder trial. It's the one we've pinned at the top of the comments. How does he know family down the hallway? I thought he said he didn't know if family were home. Yes, that's a contradiction there. Do the 911 operators get a breather after a call like this? On a globe, sometimes not. It depends how many operators they have and how big the area is. I've sat in the dispatch centers and watched the 911 calls come in. And sometimes they literally sit there and play solitaire on the computer because nothing's happening. And other times they're asking people to hold because there's so many calls and they're trying to prioritize and get everything sorted. So it just depends on the day. You know, some days, full moon, Friday the 13th, it just goes weird and they're super busy. And the thing about that on a globe is that the one call is somebody saying, hey, I need, send the fire department, my cat's stuck in the tree. And the next one is a kid or a mom saying, my child's choking, help me, he was not breathing, he's turning colors. And it's just back to back. And the next call, and they have to be professional on every single one. So I saw you guys say I would make a good 911 operator. I don't think I could. What they go through is unbelievably intense. Think of the operators that handled the September 11th calls from the tower, what they went through, the trauma they went through as they're talking people through, trying to calm them and reassure them, as there's no help that's going to get to them. They go through some awful stuff. So which case is this? This is the Alexander Jackson trial. I think I answered that one before. It sounds like he's on the spectrum. That's a possibility, and that would definitely play in, I think, somehow. I remember being on the receiving end of a cop calling me about a family member's death. I lost it. You don't sound like him. Is he mentally challenged? A couple of people have asked, and maybe if he is, I would be very surprised if defense didn't bring it up. Next Wednesday is Murdaugh. Is that the 20? I thought it was the 23rd for some reason, but we'll check. We'll make sure we follow that one all the way through. Start jury selections on Monday. They might not televise the jury selection. Oftentimes that's not because names and things sometimes get read. Depends how they do it in South Carolina. Auditory issues might be from spectrum. Had many kids on my bus who were on spectrum. Often they had that seemingly forced, breathy speech, fighting for words. And it also could have been the fact that he was bleeding and had a lot of pain in his foot. So someone broke in the house, went under his bed, got the gun and loaded it, and then shot everyone and ran away but left the gun. Sounds legit. It's a hard sell for the jury. Let's see if they buy it, right? Celine Toby says, hello, everyone. Sounded like he had his foot in his mouth while whinging. Mac, I think you're on time. Check to make sure the live button's clicked. We're live. Thank you for the different trial. Yeah, we had a little too much of Jensen and some of his fascinations. Okay. He has a really good defense lawyer. She convinced me that there is at least doubt. Okay, this is what's important, Johnny Law. That's all she needs to do is convince the jury that there's a reasonable doubt that somebody else could have done this. They don't have to prove that someone else had to do it. The prosecution has to prove beyond that reasonable doubt that it was him. And so if they can introduce enough doubt, and they already have some great evidence to do that, they have an unknown individual's fingerprints on the gun, an unidentified person, which means it's probably not the dad, it's not the son, it's not the sister or the mom, it's somebody else. They're putting together a case, or they'll be telling us about the possibilities of somebody being able to enter the house and exit the house and not being caught on camera because of where they went, and how that would not have been detected by the dog based on where they searched, and how all the things the police didn't test as far as the 22 casings for fingerprints or something like that could have proved that it was somebody else that didn't point to him. But we'll see. Best friend is a 911 operator in Atlanta. It takes a special individual. I agree. I've got a couple that I stay connected with back in Davis County in Utah, and they're amazing at what they do, day in and day out. Thankfully, here in Iowa, we don't have many cases like this one yet. Yeah, this is a first, right? Hopefully the last. Let's see. I couldn't imagine a bullet in the foot when stubbing my toe hurts so much. Even a hangnail, and I'm out of commission, So, yeah, a bullet through the foot has got to be painful. People always think they can fool the cops. He doesn't seem to have gotten his story down before he killed his family. Yeah, and Carol, I think if he doesn't have a high pain tolerance, the idea of, and then I'll shoot myself in the foot and it will all look like this. As soon as you shoot yourself in the foot, suddenly your mind is not working as well as it used to, because the pain is very up front and center. So if there were other things he was trying to get sorted out or in order, it didn't work. Punch the shark in the nose. Sometimes they get bad 911 operators who insult the callers and hang up. There have been several court cases. I've heard some of those recordings. I think they're in the minority. You would make a good late night radio host while I'm driving. Johnny, where do you drive to and from? Love to hear about that. Maybe I can make a podcast for you. Hang up, not hand up. I've been shot 3 times. Trust me, it sucks very, very much. Douglas, I can vouch for that. He sent me some photos. I can't show the photos, but yeah, he knows what it feels like to get shot. I absolutely couldn't be an operator. I'd have to have a daily therapy, or I'd be interrogated on the phone. Jury selection's not televised. Okay, so that would explain the midweek start for the Murdaugh trial. Thank you, Skunka Bacon, for that. This is in Iowa. I could never be a 911 operator. I want to say 911 for some reason. I could barely keep from crying when I was the court clerk, and people would testify about abuse. Oh man, yeah, and they hear it all. They hear it all, and they're right there. Talk about personal. You're in somebody's ear. You're coaching them through. They're calling you on their worst day of their life, right? Everybody who calls, it's the worst possible thing has probably happened, and they're calling you, and you're the person who's supposed to walk them through it, while also providing the help that they need. It's a tough job. It's one of the most painful places to get shot in the foot. As far as nerve endings. How does he describe the killer? He said, I believe the description was that he was black, wearing a black outfit and green shoes, is what we gathered from the opening statements. I didn't hear all of that in the call, so some of that might have been communicated to the police officers when they were on scene, but I didn't catch all that on the call. I wish for the sake of their mental health 911 operators, dispatchers would get some type of closure on the cases when it's good news. This is, seriously, that guy, I skipped your comment before, and I didn't realize that's what you were talking about. I think the closure, they end when the police arrive, and then it's dropped. They're on to the next call. And sometimes they want to know that, hey, that child survived. That mom was able to resuscitate the infant based on what you told them, and things like that. That would help so much, other than just leave it hanging and then take the next call. Let's see. Not speculate on people's neurology, please. It's not helpful and enforces unhealthy stereotypes. Reasonable doubt. Yes, it has to be reasonable. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Sister Sabrina was 19. Yes, he was 20. She was 19. The no blood evidence, Johnny Law. The no blood evidence is pretty strong doubt. Yes and no. When I first heard it, as it was presented by the defense, I thought, hey, they might have a point there. But I'm thinking about this, and that was sort of some of the testimony they got out of the firearm witness, was that when someone is shot with a .22 caliber bullet, there isn't necessarily Hollywood-style blood splatter sprayback, and splatter, however we want to handle that. We're going to, in the Murdaugh case, we're going to have that as a key item of evidence, because we had a different gun and a close-up shooting in that one, where I believe we have a shotgun with a headshot, and there was blood spatter from that on a shirt, supposedly. That shirt, there's tons of evidence. We'll get into that when the Murdaugh case starts. But with a .22, a very small, think of, I'm trying to think for those that don't shoot, the bullet is about this big around. It's tiny. Okay, so it goes very fast. It travels usually, for a long rifle, I'd guess about 1,250 feet per second. It's generally right around the supersonic range, and it's a little faster than the speed of sound. But when it goes in, it's not going to spray back everything. It's possible if you hit like an artery that it could open up a vein and then it could bleed that way, but it generally wouldn't do a lot of spray. So there's not reason for him, if he was even point blank shooting someone, for there to be spray all over him or his clothes. We need to take a lunch break. We're only got 45 minutes left. So let's see. If there are any other questions, we'll answer. Have we listened to the 911 call? We just did, Kate. We just played it a little bit. Both calls, I believe. I think it dropped in the middle where they said call number 2. Gunpowder residue on his hands. This is something I was wondering. Were they going to swab his hands to see if he had residue from shooting? Because that should or could show up, especially on the trigger hand. I think I would say the front, based on the type of gun, the front of the trigger hand would be the most likely location for that. Let's see. Caliber is 1/100 of an inch, so 22 is less than a quarter. A quarter of an inch is what you're saying. I was thinking quarter size. Like the whole bullet is about as long as a quarter. But I started to put a question in the chat. I decided to text it to your burner phone. Could you text me back when you know the answer? Debbie, I'll do it offline if that's all right. We're going to go ahead and get lunch, because now's the only time we have, right? Give me just 5 seconds to pull up our music. Okay, we're going to go to lunch. We'll restart. We'll be back with this trial. This one is a lot more fun than Jensen, honestly. It's a lot less stressful for me as well. So thank you, guys. Have some lunch. It's pickle time. I hope we still have pickles. I think I might have eaten the last ones yesterday. So it's almost time to go to the store again anyway. They are able to detect gunpowder on clothing as well. Yes, just like at the airport on your suitcases when you go through the airport. So 22s ricochet inside. They cause a lot of damage. Even though they're a very small bullet, they're definitely deadly. Okay, Jensen was mild today. I'm not taking the chance. I'll take your word on it, Rachel. Thanks. It's time for lunch. Hug everybody you love. Smile at somebody. Make the day better. Stay safe till we start again, which is in about 40. Well, it's 2:15 is when I'm going to start Eastern time. So about a little over half an hour. I've got very little time. Got to go. Run. Bye.